And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. And I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And we're going to be looking at the Charlie Kirk updates alongside other things going on and the Depp trial too. Depp trial reactions as we usually do. Alright. So, switching over to the other screen. Alright. Alright. Hello everyone. It is me, Alien Spaceship. It has been pretty dark times. I hope that for many people all over the world and the country over the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and recently with developments on that, the updates, they have not caught the person yet, but they have some security camera footage of some person of interest wearing all black. Not exactly, shout the bubbles. Not exactly sure of who the person is. They're still on the hunt for them. Today is the anniversary of 9/11 too. Also another dark remembrance of that. So that is another thing about today. Alright, so we have yesterday was a very great stream, and I appreciate everybody that participated in it. It was really great teamwork. And it was I believe one of the longest streams I did. Okay. So moving this over here. Putting this way. Okay. Alright. Now going over to this other browser right here. Alright. I'm going to switch over the window this time. Be switching over the window here. Alright, shout out to the Spaceship Cats, as always. Okay, so putting this here. This way. Alright. Now, let's see if there's any new updates at the moment with developments with it, because constantly things are coming out about the Charlie Kirk situation. Let's see. Updates. Going here. Hello, Tom. Welcome to the stream, buddy. And Tom has an update. Tom says trans ideology on the casings. Yes, I have seen something recently, which was about an hour ago when I was looking into it, where there seems to be on the firearm and the casings, there seems to be some anti-fascist and trans ideologies. Yes, so that certainly allegedly seems to be the case. And although we do not know who did this or what their motives were, it does seem to hint it had something to do with that, allegedly. The person of interest seems to have been wearing a American shirt, American flag shirt, and I don't know, they just seem to have a very warped idea of things, and in my opinion, no one is against anybody personally when they have different opinions. They just want whatever is best for society, with Charlie Kirk referring to him. That he didn't advocate violence or hurting anybody, and like the Third Reich or the Soviet Union, where they probably would send people like that to extermination camps. things of that nature. He wasn't advocating for that. So it's a just because someone disagrees with these certain ideas, it doesn't mean that they want to be the extent of fascism. And I do wonder, which many have also speculated, that the media had something to do with hypothetically encouraging, radicalizing people to the point where they thought that these people are trying to bring back, the Third Reich, which we fought a war to take out in the USSR. But then again, in my opinion, they become that thing that they're trying to stop. So it's quite a double-edged sword, because they certainly are becoming the thing that they're saying that they're trying to stop. But the other side wasn't even like that to begin with. The, Charlie Kirk's people I'm referring to. All right, it says CNN interviewed Charlie Kirk in Japan days before he was killed. Here what do you have to say? Before he was shot in Leaden, Utah. Let's see, interview. Let's see.
Interviews ever in Japan.
I've always wanted to come to Japan.
He was in Asia to spread his conservative message about anti-globalism and immigration, making stops in Seoul and in Tokyo.
I like Japan too. I'm going to go there one day. And I'm glad that he got to go there before he was assassinated. And, he made a good impact where he was. Tom says, I am right-wing and I don't care about people's preferences as long as they leave kids out of it. Tom, I am the same, and I agree with you that as long as the children are left alone, and when they're adults, if they want to do that, that's their business. That's fine. But, certainly leaving kids out of that until they're older. Just like with a kid, you wouldn't explain to them about regular adult activities that people usually would talk about to children. It just, either way, it should be 18 plus or 21 plus people could do. Right. But as I said, I think the media and these people thought that they're trying to become like the fascists of the past that wanted to genocide everybody, but that, as I said, they become the thing that they're trying to stop. I mean, yes, in D-Day, you had the Americans come to the shores of Normandy to fight fascism, and that was noble cause. But this situation, it's not even fascism. They're very misguided with these assassinations. It's these assassinations that they're doing, and I do wonder who's really behind it, what the real motives are. Because the fascists themselves may be trying to bring it back here. So that's what it basically seems like. That's what they did in those countries. That's what the Third Reich did, the Soviet Union, the other countries like that. They silenced political opposition. All right, continuing.
He told CNN he was invited to Japan by Sanseito, a far-right populist party in Japan that's inspired by Trump's MAGA movement.
I'm really kind of thrilled to see that there is this growing political movement here in Japan that is fighting the same things that we believe in.
But he also had a warning for Japan about mass immigration.
Even my greatest critics would agree that if you put 30 million Pakistanis in Japan, Japan's not Japan anymore. That's not xenophobia. It's common sense.
Foreigners make up about 3% of Japan's population, but that number is about 60% higher than a decade ago, while the country's population has declined, a reality Kirk was quick to highlight. For Japan's far right, Kirk's visit was validation. For America's MAGA movement, it was proof that its message is spreading.
Yeah, so that is, some of his political stances, and he was just saying his freedom of speech. And even if people are not agreeing with everything he says, that doesn't mean they have to go and assassinate him. That's not right. All right, we got a new update. Let's see what's going on here. All right, less than a minute ago, the U.S. Marshals have joined the search for Charlie Kirk shooter, source says. The U.S. Marshals serve the agency tasked to locating the arresting fugitives has now joined the search for the person who shot and leaded Charlie Kirk, one law enforcement source told CNN. U.S. Marshals Service has offered to help with the search in immediate aftermath of the shooting, but that offer was not accepted until the second day in the manhunt. Yes, the $100,000 reward should help. Yes. Still being led by FBI. It's unclear why the marshals were not involved previously in the search, as other officers from different agencies, including Homeland Security Investigations, a branch of Department of Homeland Security, have been canvassing the neighborhood where investigators believe the shooter initially fled following the attack. Thank you, Tom. Yes, the FBI offering the reward, and anybody that knows the person or their whereabouts certainly will be rewarded very handsomely for turning them in. Law enforcement officials have stressed that each hour ticks away and the shooter is not located, the search becomes increasingly difficult. Retired FBI supervisor, Specialized Agent James Galino, told CNN that if the search expands, that when the FBI would absolutely bring the marshals. I agree, Tom, that they will eventually get him. Yes. In a crime scene like this, you want to keep your perimeter nice and tight. The perimeter nice and tight. The problem with this is he could be anywhere, Galano said, noting that the local highways and airports where the suspect may have fled. You can't just be looking in the neighborhoods and expecting him to be hiding behind a garbage can, but that's a possibility, Galano, a former CNN analyst, noted. Federal investigators searching Utah Valley University neighborhoods looking for answers. As the hunt for Charlie Kirk's killer is underway, federal investigators are going through Super D. I'm so glad to see you. Super D, I summoned you because last night I kept thinking I wanted you to be, I was going to see about another time I was going to do the live to have you on board, and here you are. So I'm very blessed to have you here. It's been a while, Super D, and since we've had you on, because my live stream schedule's been different. So, welcome. And Charlie, Kirk's being assassinated is extremely heartbreaking, and I saw the graphic videos of it. Oh, hello, Anna. Good to see you. Super D is my friend from Europe. And he would be on my late night live streams when I would do those. And Super D says, I wish I was here under more fortunate circumstances. Yes. But prayers answered that you're here, because it's I was really just focusing on it. I really wanted him to see one of these streams, and here you are. There you go. And okay, so I was making some points yesterday where, although technically we have an idea of what the motives were, of course, politically motivated, and there seems to be some trends of messages on the casings on the firearm that they found, and I was saying that yesterday, in Russia and Germany, this is how a lot of these things started, and with the Soviet Union in general, they did a lot of mass murder of their political opponents, and the royal family of Russia, and I say, like we talked about before, Super D, with Cambodia, what they did over there, stuff like that. And I believe that, although I don't know what the person's motives were exactly, they certainly are trying to silence what Charlie Kirk was saying, and do this political opposition. And this is absolutely not what America stands for, because America stands for freedom of speech, and people could have different opinions and debate each other. And Super D says, "You caught my time zone right for one, so it worked out." Yes. Well, I'm glad I caught your time zone right. Facts. And because where you are, it's a little bit of it's a little bit of a tedious time zone to capture. So today's my lucky day. And in this situation, I feel they're using guerrilla warfare tactics that was used in the Cuban Revolution. It's a hit and run tactic, and Charlie Kirk had people on the other side politically that he was debating, and they were having a voice, and he was having a voice, and he was not mean to other people, and he promoted peace and Christianity, and he was not advocating for violence for anybody. It's so really sick for them to silence people like this when obviously the opinion of the other person is not confident in their opinion, or they don't want it to be challenged, and they want it to be like a dictatorship. So it is a very haunting thing, because I do political commentary and other things, and many other people do, and we all want to do it peacefully and regularly as the Constitution allows. And today's the anniversary in the United States of 9/11. So it's an eerie symbolism here between the two events, and I think that it's good that the different world leaders and different people across the world and the country honored him. But unfortunately, people on TikTok I've seen the videos, they have mocked him and his death, his assassination, and that's really low. And people don't have to agree with everything he says. We're not all going to agree with what everyone says even with each other. But it's really, disgraceful that a lot of people are saying that it was a thing to celebrate. It really shows that this country falling, downhill. And I don't know, just society in America was different in its past, and then it became the way it is now. And the gun violence is unfortunate, and whatever needs to be done, although criminals always will have those, and the governments will have them, I'm not saying to get rid of them. It would be whatever can be done to try to curb this extremism that's happening, and this violence would be good. There's a lot of people, there's shootings at grocery stores and all kinds of places. And also yesterday there was a school shooting in Denver. So yeah, it's a dark time for the country, but I'm optimistic that there will be better days ahead, and society will learn from this, and there will be the flag still stands for freedom, and they cannot take it away, and we are still going to keep going in spite of what the enemies want to try to silence us. Yeah, and the FBI was saying that the shot that was taken by the individual, whoever it is, the assassin, it was not the most remarkable shot where people that could have been training with a firearm would have been able to make the shot accurately. They would have been able to practice. I will just say that the person was able to get away very easily. The person was able to be without a trace. That's where I was thinking it could have been a professional. The shot was unfortunately accurate, but also the person got away, and they don't know where he is, because they really did their research how to do it, because it wasn't like thankfully Trump was not assassinated, but when his assassination attempt, the person was clear as day there, and they took him out. Although there's security on other roofs that were shooting at him, and Charlie didn't have that, because they didn't think that they needed something like that. But I would say with the political environment, it was necessary, because they're going to try to delete everybody that speaks out against them, whatever it is. If it's a group of people that are loosely connected, if it's more than one person, somewhere on the internet, I don't know. But they definitely need to upgrade the protections. Right, and Tom said that suggests it was a disorganized nut job. Yeah, yeah. And the dude on social media, the one in Trump's case, the guy was saying that he hated Republicans and Trump. And the media in the United States, I feel, kept on pushing this narrative about the the right wing being fascist or being like Nazism, I guess was saying before. And when you do that, people don't want something like that to happen again. And I guess these people are really just far out, and they want to take these people out. And but then again, that's what they did. They silenced their political opponents with violence. That's what they did on both countries in USSR and in Central Europe. And over America, we do not advocate this violence. So far, they have not caught the person yet. But there's a $100,000 reward, and the FBI has been giving out, like, that will give the award out whoever finds him. As for the hunt of Kirk's killer, it is underway. Federal investigators are going through nearby neighborhoods behind Utah Valley University, talking to residents for answers. Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason said Thursday morning that officials were able to track the suspected shooter's movements. They believe he jumped off a building where he carried out the shooting and then fled off the campus into the neighborhood, Mason said. White House increasing security around Trump after Kirk's shooting, sources say. The White House is taking extra security precautions to protect President Trump following the assassination of Kirk. Two sources tell CNN. The 9/11 memorial ceremony, which Trump attended this morning, was moved from the Pentagon's traditional site outside the building walls to internal courtyard amid ongoing security concerns, according to a source familiar with the matter. And when Trump visits Yankee Stadium tonight to watch a game against Detroit Tigers, additional security measures will be in place in and around the Bronx location, according to another source. This includes security screening at all entrances and additional measures around the box where Trump will watch the game, that source said. Trump was originally going to spend the weekend at Trump Tower in New York, but yesterday he changed his mind and now plans to head to his Bedminster, New Jersey golf club. CNN has previously reported that Bedminster, where Trump spent much of the summers during his first term, is considered an extremely secure facility. Trump traveled to Bedminster, an assassination attempt last year in Butler, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump Jr. says that he was the person to break the news of Charlie Kirk's death to his father. Now, yesterday when we were live about this, we had chat, and chat was very shocked and very upset, as I was too. As I was going live about my take on the UFOs Congress was talking about, and then I'm getting information that this happened, and Rebel was telling me, and then we went to look up what was going on, and we got, before a lot of other people, we got information that he passed away, and then Trump said in his True Social about it as well. And originally people were praying for him and hoping he would make it. And when I saw the shot, it looked like when a cat or when an animal catches an animal and it's like its neck is broken with like blood coming out of it. That's what it looked like. Like it looked like he was gone then, and then when you hit an artery, the blood just pumps out. So and he fell backwards that way. So yeah, it wasn't a situation. a survival situation. From what I saw later, he still had a pulse, but I'd say, in my opinion, he was pretty much gone by when it hit him. President Donald Trump's eldest son, Donald Jr., said he was the person to break the news of Charlie Kirk's death to his father. I found out right before my father called me back on something. Trump Jr. said on the radio show host Scott Jennings, a CNN senior political commentator, I'd found out that he passed, and I think I was the one that broke the news. Super D says, it looked like a lion biting zebra in the neck with a volcano eruption of blood coming out of the carotid and jugular. That's a very good way to describe it, Super D. Yes, on a much larger scale. Definitely was like that, yes. And he, in the neck, like I say, completely looked like it was broken. It was probably an AR-15 style weapon. And the assassins on the roof, like the other case with Trump. And that's very way to describe it, yes. And the president's son also spoke about his close relationship with Kirk, including that he spoke to him practically every day in the last decade. CNN expert analyst shooter was positioned approximately 150 yards from Kirk. After the measuring the area where the suspect shot Charlie Kirk from CNN, cartographers on open source intelligence experts say that the shooter was positioned approximately 150 yards from Kirk. In an update provided by FBI, the Utah Public Safety Commissioner, earlier that today, it was revealed that the suspect shooter arrived in Utah Valley University campus at 11:52 a.m. local time Wednesday, and he blended well with campus Commissioner Bo Manson said. It was a bolt-action rifle, so more like a sniper rifle than a semi-automatic like an AR-15. Okay, Super D, thank you. I originally saw that about, it was like a sniper rifle. That's what we were, from what the footage that we saw yesterday, and my estimations and what I was seeing, it was a sniper type rifle. And something else I saw today said AR-15 style rifle, but that was probably a understanding the person that was saying that had on the news. So, okay. Yeah, I thought it was that originally. The gunman went through the stairwells and climbed up the roof to a shooting location. And let me see here. You have the Luce Center and the site of the shooting, which is like a little baseball area. Looks a little, where you would hit a baseball base right there. And then he just hit him through there, like that. Oh, hello, Lynn. Good eve. If it's evening or night where you are, good evening. And it's great to see you, Lynn. Welcome to the stream. And TikTok will remove some videos of Charlie Kirk's shooting. TikTok will remove videos that show close-up views of Charlie Kirk's shooting yesterday. The platform told CNN, these horrific, violent acts have no place in our society. We remain committed to proactively enforcing our community guidelines and have implemented additional safeguards to prevent people from unexpectedly viewing footage that violates our rules. TikTok spokesperson Jamie Faza said in a statement. Graphic video of Kirk being shot at Utah Valley University spread widely across many social media platforms in the immediate aftermath, including on TikTok's search page. The app initially suggested to some users search terms such as raw video footage and actual incident footage, which immediately linked to graphic videos of the shooting. A TikTok spokesperson said they were also removing those search terms suggesting terms. Not all videos of the shooting will be removed. TikTok's police policies do not allow gory, gruesome, disturbing, or extremely violent content, but footage from a distance may still be viewable on the platform. Other platforms. A Meta spokesperson told CNN's Brian Stelter that the company, following its usual policies, is applying a warning label, a video clips of the shooting, limiting the access to such videos to users 18 or additionally. Meta is removing content that glorifies, represents, or supports the incident or the perpetrator. Tom, I didn't know there was a trial today. I didn't think there was a trial on. I didn't see anything about one. The FBI Director Patel headed the Utah to assist with investigation into Charlie Kirk's killings. FBI Director Kash Patel is on the way to Utah to assist with the investigation into Charlie Kirk's. Oh, okay. Okay, thanks, Tom. The FBI Director Kash Patel is on his way to Utah to assist with the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination, a source familiar with the matter tells CNN. Lynn said, thanks, Tom. I was in and out too, then I went in and you weren't there, so I thought, I know I'll knock on Alien's door, see if you're here, you there, and trial left me cold. Oh, okay. And the White House Chief of Staff says Charlie Kirk's shooting shook everybody to their core. The White House Chief of Staff, Susie Willis, said in an interview that yesterday was a very tough day for the administration. Charlie Kirk's death shook everybody to their core, she said. Charlie Kirk was very much a part of this family and maybe the highest profile MAGA person outside of those that are working here, she told Scott Jennings, a CNN senior political commentator on the radio show. Willis said that she told the White House staffers to not let their voices get softer. After the shooting, Charlie would want everybody to speak, and they had been, she said. I called everybody and before, and they were home last night and said to go home, hug your children, and hug your spouse. Be careful, take precautions, and don't let your voice get softer, she said to the interviewer. No, they found some. They have video evidence of the person now, but they don't have any evidence of. They don't have the person caught yet. Yeah, the 100,000 reward should help. I agree. Definitely. Let's go over here and all right. And going this way. Yeah. So I think it's extremely shocking and hoard what occurred. When you have so many people that keep on doing stuff like this, it has to be put to an end at some point. You know, because forever is a long time, and we don't want this going on forever and ever. Okay. Someone who knows something will say something for the reward. I agree, Tom. I agree. Senators expressed concerns about their own safety after Kirk's assassination. We're hearing from Republican lawmakers who are worried about their own safety in light of the conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen security was already a concern after assassination of Minnesota Democratic state lawmakers in June. Mullen said, but since Kirk's shooting in Oklahoma, Republican says he's received several calls from members of the Spouse Mullen who clear legislation branch subcommittee of the Senate Appropriations Committee said, undeniable now, we got to beef up the security on every member. Lawmakers have started to process the determination of the cost and the scale. Threat level, he said, but there are also some policy and funding hurdles to mitigate. Super D says, I'm normally rather calm, but this made me mad. What type of gutless coward snipes someone from a distance for disagreeing? The same with Trump one. Ugly, one inside out, and in the inside and outside. Super D, I totally agree. It's a very cowardice thing. And it's a very sissified thing to do something like this. And I was saying yesterday how the patience of the American people has its limits. And I believe in the world in general that believes in free speech and regular common sense are boiling over. And people are very upset and outraged yesterday. And I am outraged too, Super D. I am extremely upset about this. Inside, I am really just fuming. I have been very active in different live streams and different groups about political things, I've been on shows, I've been on also the trial stuff where I see American legal system performed, and I just think it's really low to assassinate somebody for someone that when they disagree about something. I think it shows that the person's argument isn't valid and that they believe that their position will not be seen as true, so they have to resort to violence like that. It's just really sick, really messed up. And people, that's what they did in those other countries. They censored people's freedom of speech when they disagreed. It's a cowardice thing. I completely empathize with you, Super D. It's really, the country, America, is supposed to be the symbol for the world of freedom, and it's doing this, especially as we are the anniversary of 9/11. So rest in peace to those people that were in that event and those that are still living today with the struggles of having to have been through that and ones that lost loved ones. Lynn says, I've seen pictures of him. Joyce sent it to me. He looks quite young. That's true, Tom. Money talks for sure. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I'm glad Joyce sent you that. Yeah, he looks young, and he looks, like he couldn't really win a fight against somebody in a physical fight or a conversation. And he certainly need to find him, and I believe they will certainly find him. I will say he got away really well. This is where I wondered, he must have really researched it, how to get away and stuff. He just slipped through a crowd. Yeah, definitely. And Super D says, what is also infuriating are the lowlives on the far left who are celebrating this murder. They are really showing their true faces. Oh, yes, Super D. I totally agree with you. They are showing their true faces. They are having their colors shown by what they're doing. Celebrating, if, as I said, if someone on the other side that was politically opposite to me or religiously opposite to me, I would not celebrate their assassination. That is not right. And all those people on the far left are celebrating his murder. I see it on TikTok. Some people say they do it themselves, and they're saying the guy is Hitler. They're saying that the guy is fascism, but that's not even true. They're actually acting like that, what they're doing, and also the communists in Russia too. That's what they did. Like I was saying yesterday, they murdered the Russian royal family. In Russia, they did a lot of genocide, and it looks like they're trying to start it over here. That's what they started at first. They would assassinate different people that they didn't agree with, and they would go run away. And yeah, people on these, they really have some nerve to go on social media and talk about celebrating that. And Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Gavin Newsom, people on the left of the Democrats have condemned this. Everyone that has a heart, that has a brain, in a righteous place has condemned this action. So I certainly think it's really atrocious that in 2025 we have to be dealing with this stuff, in the modern day. That it came over here and it's spreading. And yeah, the people these days are so atrocious. Lynn says, how can anybody celebrate someone being deleted, killed? What the F? Viewer discretion's advised. What the fuck is wrong with people? Lynn says. Yeah, absolutely agree. And Subity said, that's why I give credit to people like Gavin Newsom for calling this stuff out. Political murders lead to Wilmire-style banana republics and chaos. Yes, and as I referenced yesterday with the Weimar Republic, it was... inflation went through the roof. There was a Treaty of Versailles that made Germany into a position where their economy completely collapsed, and they did a lot of political censorship and attacks, or things like a banana republic, and it caused Germany a lot of destruction. And I have people, although my relatives came here before that, there's still people I'm related to that went through that situation. Yes, very good. The Weimar Republic style. That's what I also mentioned yesterday in my speech about it. And when you have things like this happen, you'll have the true American democracy fall and collapse. And it was in Weimar Republic, the politicians, everybody was corrupted, and society was sinking. And that's what it's turning into here. In 2025, it's happening again here. And they wanted to choose America specifically because it's a free country, and all of the things that it's done for other groups and people and helping the world become a better place. That's how America is thanked for what it has done. This situation we're in. Right. Yeah, so they're complete savages. Complete savages. And Kevin Kramer, the North Dakota Republican, says he began holding fewer highly public events where he lacks control and increasing his media appearances. I like being accessible, but being accessible is starting to look like being vulnerable. So I think there's a lot that are concerned about that day, he said. Okay. Personal items seen left behind at the school following the panic of the shooting. All right. Personal belongings and other items remain. Oh, hello, Moki. Good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. So far, as you know, Moki, they have not been called out. They have not found the person yet, but there are different information, there's a $100,000 reward by the FBI. There's different information coming out, and as you may have seen already, Moki, the footage of the person, and as of right now, they have not caught the individual at the moment. And I will also say with the Weimar Republic, you had a rise of different factions, and there is a situation where they had far left uprisings in the Weimar Republic in Germany, and they did stuff like this. I remember they were trying to take down the Kaiser's statues and stuff like that, and there was political violence in the streets and shootings everywhere. Oh, Moki, I'm glad that you've been keeping up with it, which I think you would. And thank you. And Moki, I wanted to thank you so much yesterday. It was a long day yesterday. It was a very difficult day for everybody. So I want to thank you for all the links and information you provided for us. And along with everybody else that was around, and also today, and Super D, he's a friend of mine I've been knowing for a while. He's my friend in Europe. And I've not seen him in a very long time. So it's nice to have him here. Very good treat. Yeah, so they're doing these assassinations, and you get a banana republic. You turn into a third world country. And also Super D and I have talked about where Weimar Republic, the inflation was so bad that they used the marks for firewood because it was just worth nothing. And that was not good they did to Germany. And my relatives that were alive at the time did not like what was going on over there. And yeah, that was not good to do that. And over here, as I said there, it's going back into that same pattern. And remember, the other side is acting the way they're accusing us of, right? And as I said, Charlie Kirk was Christian. I've seen his speeches and his things that he's done. And he did not advocate violence. He gave the left a voice, and the left liked talking to him and debating him. So they're also taking away the left's voice, too, to say what they want to say. And you're terrorizing those people that want to have a free voice. And you have, in Cambodia, they genocided a lot of people there that thought differently than the party that was in power. It's very Orwellian that's going on, but I do believe that, and I am very strongly convicted that this will backfire on the enemy, and that no matter what happens, the American dream and idea will continue, and freedom will continue to prosper, and people will continue to have these discussions with safer precautions on security, because this is really, really a cowardice thing to do. You know, there's times where people could fight in the streets. There's people who used to brawl and fight, but now people are doing they went from being keyboard warriors. And although I love social media, I've always been saying that I like the social media we have in this generation I grew up in. But I will say that I wonder if social media had an effect on people in a negative way, where they became keyboard warriors and are doing stuff like this. Because a lot of this group of people are doing the same thing. And on TikTok, I saw the horrid videos of mocking him. And that's very evil. I do believe there's a God, and I believe that there is karma too, and they will pay the piper for what they did. And for first time others will not bleed alone, and they will get karmatic retribution for everything that they have done to both sides, the right and the left, that were trying to have a civilized conversation about political issues. Yeah, he wasn't extreme. I mean, if being a Christian and just saying your opinion about something is giving a voice, and he was against, the racism of what's going on in the black communities. He made some very good points about things with abortion. He was making good points about these different issues, and that he was not against them. He wanted to be the best for the communities all over America. And he will talk about the Bible and Psalms. If that's what's going on here, that's the problem. I mean, this is really a really messed up situation amongst us. Very satanic. I believe that satanic power has taken over our country, the minds of the youth at least, and has had the key possessions of economic and political life. And Lynn says some things. Problem now is we don't seem to be free countries, and you and I certainly, people don't like you say they take it out on you, take you out. Where's the freedom in that? Yeah. And Lynn says, I've read up about him today. I wouldn't say he was either, but either way, it doesn't justify taking a life. I agree. And Super D says, Charlie wasn't even rude or edgy. He was rather respectful. This is why you see just how corrupted someone has to be to want him dead for having a different opinion. Yeah, totally. It's certainly a nut house. Certainly a nut house. It's like a mental asylum. And Moki says, people are getting doxxed like crazy for celebrating posts. I'm glad to hear that, Moki. I don't advocate violence, but I have to say that is a thing that I'm glad to hear, and people getting fired, that's good. Because this catastrophe could happen to anybody. And the firearm allegedly had something about the trans stuff on it, and it had to do with that. Although I don't know if it's really confirmed yet who it was or what the motives were for 100%, but that seems to be the case. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, and look, if there's trans people, there's trans people, whatever, I don't care. But as long as the young people are being left alone until they're older, that's fine. They're only going to backfire, and more people are going to be less sympathetic to their cause. They look like a bunch of clowns, a bunch of killer clowns, by doing these type of things. And we have a situation where it's everywhere. It's over. We have violence over in Utah, then in Pennsylvania, then Utah, all across the country. These people seem to make themselves home everywhere, doing violence and advocating for violence on social media. And people will not follow them. They'll follow the path of freedom and justice. And the resilience and sheer will, no matter what happens, freedom will prevail. Hello, Michael. Good to see you. It was a rough day. It was certainly a rough day. And it was very creepy. I felt very disturbed. And it was just crazy being on this live stream. I'll never forget it. And one thing I'll say, I'm glad all of you were with me. My trial chat and other people that were with me from different streams that I've acquired. And I'm glad that you all, were with me during this dark situation. And we were watching it unfold. And we were reading it out loud as it was coming out. Before the news got it, Rebel got the information for us. And wow, that was just really wild. Norm, you did very good yesterday, especially at the end when we were watching the Depp trial reactions. You were very funny. Thank you for helping brighten up the mood. All right, very good friend. And they got the rifle, yes, and the rifle allegedly seems to have anti-fascist or things about trans rights on it and stuff like that. And yeah, thank you, Norm. And remember I was telling y'all yesterday, in guerrilla warfare from which Che Guevara used in the Cuban Revolution, they would do a hit and run, right? So you'd shoot somebody, not even delete them, but you'd shoot somebody and then leave the firearm and run off. So they used the same tactic that the communists used in Cuba. I saw one post, active Secret Service agent. I would expect him to get fired. Yes. You can't bet they will come up with mental issues. Yeah, and it certainly would not be a sane person that would do this, but it's still no excuse, whatever the truth is. But yeah, they very may be doing that. That is true, Lynn. And as I said, I do not know at this moment. I am sure it's politically motivated, of course, but who was it, what they were doing, we will find out later. And Vice President J.D. Vance arrives in Utah to retrieve Kirk's casket. Yes, and you see, Lynn, something that my teacher, who was also a sheriff, told me is he said that with the firearms, when somebody touches something, if their handprints are not in the system, even if the fingerprints are on the firearm, they're not necessarily going to find the person if they're not in the system. So if I touch something and I was not in the criminal justice database of the Department of Corrections, whatever, they would not know it's me. And Loki said they'll find him dead. Yeah, he might delete himself. That's another possibility. And today's the anniversary of 9/11 also. Rest in peace to the people that passed away and people that are today living with the loss of loved ones and the loss of people who had to be in that and survive and have trauma from it. Another thing that, thanks to the soldiers that fought in the war, and especially hats off to those that deleted Osama bin Laden, not murdered, but rightfully killed Osama bin Laden. So, and if there's any other things behind it, all of them should be caught. And yeah, so we have that too. So it's a dark time. Definitely. Okay, so JD Vance, the second Lucia Vance, had arrived at Salt Lake City International Airport in Utah today, retrieve Charlie Kirk's remains and casket. The remains and casket will be flown on Air Force 2 back to Phoenix, Arizona. Two sources familiar told CNN former Rep. Bob McEwen said Vance, who had a close relationship with Kirk, is also going to bring family to Arizona where they live. And life is short. It could go away in a whisper. Markings on ammunition being scrutinized for clues after Kirk's killing. Thank you, Joe. We are very upset, but we're okay. Thank you, Joe, for your thoughts and being here with us. And Super D says, rest in peace to all the 9/11 victims. Did you know that the wife of actor Anthony Perkins, Norma Bates from Psycho, was in one of the planes? I did not know that, and if I knew that, I forgot about that. But wow, there's a couple of famous people that either almost went on it or were on it. So yeah, that is really sad. I didn't know that. Thanks. Yes, rest in peace to victims of 9/11. Yes. Moki said they delayed an FBI investigate conference because of developments. Okay. Michael said, this morning I can tell you that we had recovered what we believe is a weapon that was used yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle, says FBI agent Robert Boas. Oh, okay, thank you, Michael. Yes. A preliminary report of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives stated that there were engravings on a spent cartridge and 3 chambered rounds inside of the rifle found in a wooded area near the Utah Valley University site where conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot. The details in this report are unverified. Officials familiar with investigations told CNN. Initial report, also called the bulletin, typically include all information gathered in investigations so that agents everywhere will know what is being collected, but the information is not always correct. Michael said that rifle was recovered in the wood area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing the weapon Investigators have also collected footwear impressions and palm print forearm. Okay, Michael, thank you. A guy went to school with was at the Pentagon. He was burned badly and was the only one in his department to survive. Oh, that is really, really disturbing. Really horrid. I'm sure it messed him up for life. It was good he survived, but I'm sure the trauma from that will last forever. Of course. Yeah. Life is precious. It could go away in a blink. The ATF bulletin said that agents found engravings and the interpreted as expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology on ammunition inside a weapon believed to have been used in the murder of Kirk. Norm says a Masseur 3006 bolt action rifle, which is definitely not a newer style rifle. Yeah, and those types of rifles are... That's what they would use in that type of guerrilla warfare. They would use a rifle that's not even like the newest best rifle, just something to hit and run. Yeah, it definitely seems like guerrilla warfare. Two law enforcement sources told CNN that agents quickly ran an initial search on one of the markings, including a series of arrows, which analysts initially interpreted to be connection to the transgender community. The information remains unverified and still being investigated. Authorities have not yet determined a motive in the killings. Joe says, I'm certain they have or still skip tracing footage showing prep entering traveling, marking individual, and finding previous footage around the area ID. The software today is nuts. Yeah. That is true about the software today. You are right. That's true. All right, irresponsible Democrats criticize Trump and Republicans for blaming Kirk shooting on the left. Democratic Rep. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez responded to President Donald Trump and other Republicans blaming the radical left and Democrats politicians for assassination of Charlie Kirk, calling responsible and urging elected leaders to de-escalate national rhetoric. I do think not everybody on the left is trying to incite violence, and there's pretty much all the main people on that side have condemned this, and I'm not saying that I'd say the media is more to blame than them specifically, exactly. And I do think it's best to bring unity to the country as best as possible. I do think that would be the best thing to do, and at the same time, we will have to find out who this person was and what their intentions were too. Norm says, it sounds something personal to me. Engraved cartridges. Yeah. Lynn said, I went to Ground Zero in April. It was so upsetting, but glad I went. Super D says, I wonder how the security for these events can keep up any roof nearby unsurveilled. A simple drone with a camera could prevent this. Super D, they had 6 police officers for 3,000 people that were there. It was very understaffed. Oh, thank you, Moki, for your link. And let's see here. Scared. IDing the shooter, but highly speculative. Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to show you all this. Oh, Doe. Good to see you, my dear. Welcome to the stream. All right, here we go. This, according to social media, which may not be true, this is a speculation. So, this is all alleged, all rumors. Okay. Allegedly, the shooter, 4chan has identified a possible suspect, Sky Valadez. Lives in Utah, trans male digital music artist with songs that celebrated encourage Charlie Kirk's assassination, strongly resembling the FBI pick Jawmouth. And keep in mind, a disclaimer, these are internet sleuths saying these things. Okay, Norm. That sounds good. Yes. Absolutely. I'll be glad to do that. I've not done the call-ins in a while, but we will do that again. High school photo of Sky Valadez had a song called Charlie Kirk Dead 31 on his SoundCloud. She, her pronouns on Facebook. Lives in Salt Lake City metro area. Alright, these are some photos of possible thing right here. And that's the person. You see the jaw? It's kind of a similar face to this guy, or whatever it is, whatever the gender is. And he's wearing a American shirt, American flag shirt with an eagle on it. So as I said, we don't really know what the ideology of the person is exactly, but I have my speculations. Yeah, I mean, these people can't be doing stuff like this. It's like, people can be trans, I don't care. But they need to not do things like this. Like, it's going to make their movement look really bad. Like, I don't think all trans people are like this, of course, but, like, it's really ridiculous that this is happening. It's going to make them look bad. It's a dude. Okay, Moki. Yeah, okay, thanks. Like, yeah, whatever the original gender was, that's what he is, if he likes it or not. I'm going to get to all your comments. Okay, they're able to mark your person via guy recognition and follow you backward in time. See where you've traveled and purchased, and most purchase point cams analyze faces. And Super D, my boy, said, I wonder how security for the... Yeah, I said that. Okay. And there's no escape today unless extremely creative and are able to completely avoid being captured on cameras, which is mostly impossible now. Like, I think Ted Bundy would have been captured sooner if there was cameras back then. And he was very reckless. Super D says, I have read about the suspect. Apparently they had SoundCloud predicting date of Charles' death. It might be fake, but it's possible it is real. Yeah, it'd be interesting if social media is right. I agree. Yeah, a lot of conspiracy theories have been true. And I want to think that Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, and Gavin Newsom and all the different people on both sides condemning this act of violence, it does not have any place in our democracy or republic, our democratic republic. And I was watching something yesterday, I told you all this, that were there, that I saw a short where this dude that was in the army did not like Obama's political views, he thought he was corrupted, but he respected our troops that when their caskets are going off the airplane and he stood there like a statue saluting them, and he met everybody there, and he had respect for him for that, but he didn't agree with other things he did. So whatever is coming up, this political faction that's coming up is something far different than what we've seen before in this country. We've seen it in the Weimar Republic and Soviet Union and the Reich and things like this. We have these things from Europe, or all would also be even more a communist China, Cambodia. Whatever this is, it's coming over here. And Anna says, hello, Lynn and Doe. And, okay, I think I got everybody's chats, okay. Rifle recovered, identified as Masseur bolt action 30-6 caliber rifle, source says. Rifle recovered by law enforcement in the wooded area behind Utah Valley University campus and believed to be used in the deletion of Charlie Kirk was Masseur bolt action 30-6 caliber. Oh, Dwayne, I summoned you too. I've been missing you. So, hello, Dwayne. Good afternoon to you and Sharon. It's very great to see you as always. Thank you for stopping by and telling us hello. And we're doing coverage about this assassination of this political commentator. And we did it yesterday. It was a tough day, but made it through. And today's the anniversary of 9/11. There's also people in this chat from our trial fam that were in it. We're in that in NYC. So it's definitely, and Moki said she knew somebody that was in the Pentagon but survived. So it certainly hits a different way. And thanks, as I said, to the troops that deleted Osama bin Laden, killed him. And rest in peace to those that were passed away in that event. That's things we were saying from before. And we had a school shooting in Denver yesterday, along with the conflict in Utah as well. I don't understand, Michael says, wasn't there a police officer on 3 taller buildings? Do they not learn anything from the butler about security? They don't, Michael. They don't learn. Anna says, let's check out Spectre's defense opening. I will do that, Anna. Absolutely. We'll do that. We'll do that shortly, okay? I got you. Yeah, probe that like button for me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Norm, thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate y'all. See, this is a great team. When things go wrong, I could count on all of you, okay? I could count on all of you. For our Play Internet grandson, Alien Spaceship, we support him. Oh, thank you, Dwayne. That was so sweet. Thank you. And the software adds nodes to your joints and pivots points of the body, measures them in their tempo. Really, Moki? Oh, God. What? This is crazy. And look, if people change their gender, that's their business. I mean, I don't know why it has to be a problem, but seems like there's something wrong here. Something's not right. Something's not right here. I mean, okay, I saw a speech Obama made at when he was talking to the young Democrats, and he was telling them, I'm paraphrasing, if somebody disagrees, if somebody disagrees with you, to not act angry, upset. Like, he was telling them to not be soft about somebody disagrees with their opinion. And, they're not listening to him. And, like, I've talked to some of these people from the trial chat that were talking about this, that supported violence. And I'm like, okay, Obama and Kamala Harris and all these people on their side are against this type of behavior. This is not what we do in country or in Canada or elsewhere. It's like we don't do that here. Like even their people have said it's wrong. And it says, whenever you're ready, if all agrees. I'm not trying to control the stream, only if all agrees. And yes, Anna, I want to balance this stream. Like yesterday, towards the end, we watched the Depp trial scenes with Lori, G, Norm, and I guess the lurkers too. And it was funny. We had a great ending to the stream yesterday. And Norm, very hilarious, very funny. And so I do want to balance it out, of course. We have to have balance. As it's very, very dark. And look, my trial chat friends and my political commentator friends and people that are lurking that found my channel some other way, we have seen a lot of dark stuff, and this is the darkest thing I think we've experienced because it was just it hit home very personal with this type of situations. Because all of us, even everywhere, that want to say their opinion on the right or the left, it doesn't matter. They should not be censored like this. So everybody has done very well with handling this great time of crisis. Charlie was wearing a bulletproof vest. Oh, okay. At least he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Although he did pass, was murdered. He was wearing a bulletproof vest. They got to get something for the neck and head. Okay, Dwayne. Thank you for stopping by. Both of you have a good afternoon. Norm says, I did know what to do yesterday and was feeling alone. It was very nice coming onto the stream and feeling recognized and feeling like family. Well, thank you, Norm. I'm glad that you felt you didn't feel alone and you felt at home with us. And I liked, and you're talking to us about your philosophies of life, which I think are very true. And I'm glad that you shared that with us. I as always appreciate your take on things. All right. Okay, bulletproof vest wouldn't really help much with a sniper rounds, I believe. Okay, Super D, understood. They need to upgrade them. Aaron, my dear, welcome. Guys, I made a huge mistake and have been on social media. Worst thing I could do. And good to see you, Abby. And all my friends are here. And Joe says, I think it's a combination of digital algorithm echo loops, RX's upbringings, and diet food sources chosen with limits of emotional coping ability capacity, and it very volatile. And yeah, thank you, chat. Chat is flying. Wow. Now, with this situation, we were talking yesterday about the firearms and things like that, and I would like to see the gun violence stop. And I do understand that criminals would certainly get the firearms and stuff like that, but I do think that if something can be done about reducing the gun violence, which they could get some other type of weapon, that would be very good. Because or at least limit these people's access to these things. It would be positive things, the kill people. Phone saying before I send sorry. And Abby says, I'm just fucking saying I thought for our country was better than this. This is no longer the United States. Yeah. There exists a Pac-Man called a lock and chase where you don't escape the ghosts, but you escape the Super D police. Scared. Rest in peace to Val Kilmer as well. Yes, rest in peace to Val Kilmer too. See if I missed anything. Yeah, social media has been kind of cringe. Abortion issues and stuff, so you relax, to at least let grapes, incest, and mom's life in danger, abortion in case, at least. Yeah, and Anna, that's what Trump supports, and certain exceptions where an abortion might be necessary. Yeah, there could be exceptions. That's what Trump also believes. But yeah, it just, I'm not denying that, and people can have a peaceful discussion about it. But when these assassinations happen, people are going to take that other side less seriously. And Aaron says, I'm in the stupid but big mom's Facebook group, and someone asked if there will be a vigil here in Toronto. They bit her head off. They made it is clear we're not USA. Well, that sounds very mean for them to say that. They, it's completely disrespectful. Abby, it's necessary. You got to release the feelings. You know, this is not a normal time period. Joe says the tongue is the greatest weapon. Doing this serves no positive purpose. In the end, only creates what I'm fighting against, and these people don't realize it. Always it creates the opposite effect of the desire. Joe, thank you. Pure wisdom. It creates the opposite effect of the desired outcome. Every time they do something like this, it backfires. Yeah, Trump says he will posthumously award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Well, that is very noble. That's noble indeed. Anna said, Alien, I did not know Trump said that good. Yes, he said that in his debate with Biden. I remember we were watching it, some other group and I were watching it, and Bro said he believes in abortion and rapes, incest, stuff like that. But what they were doing was overboard stuff with it, and Joe Biden was doing his thing. He was just his basement talk. And then they took him down and took Kamala in there. So yeah, Trump is not even an extremist on the issue. He's from New York City. He, I'd say, is not an extremist himself. You know, I think it's a balanced view of things. Doesn't mean in some areas I don't know if I agree with every single thing he ever said or thinks of course, but he's not like what the people are trying to make him out to be. Abby says, "Oh yeah, I can make a man mule with my tongue. The tongue is a powerful thing. I feel like we don't have freedom of speech really anymore, without possibility of getting attacked." Yeah, and yes, exactly, Abby. Yes, you are very good at that. And Suudi says, not just the violence is crazy, but the scumbags celebrating it is part of the problem too. Yeah, 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 for sure. It's completely atrocious. You mean a P file? Because of what he is referring to, maybe him with Epstein. Yeah, I don't really know enough about that, if how he was involved with it, but it certainly raised questions. And good to see you, Sam. Welcome to the chat. And referring to Trump, yeah, I don't know enough about it. Oh, Trump, yeah, as I said, I don't. Like we were talking about the Epstein thing with the files that were being set. Yeah, as I said, I don't know, nor do I think he had anything to do with that in that way. But we certainly have talked about that before, where that could have been handled differently, and I just don't know enough information about it. And Sam says Charlie Kirk supported him to the fullest. Yeah, and that is true. I just do not believe, in my opinion, he should have been assassinated over it. And it doesn't mean that we're going to agree with everything a person says. But yeah, Sam, and we've talked about the Epstein thing before, and I understand what you're saying, and I just have not really researched completely into him what he did, but I've certainly been critical of how he handled that situation. But with Charlie Kirk, I don't think he should have been assassinated. Is all I'm saying. But I hear you, Sam, and you have a right to say what you think about this. It's completely acceptable. It's fine because I believe people have a right to say what they would like to say about this topic, even if I disagree with it hypothetically. But and with Charlie Kirk, I may have not have agreed with everything he ever said. I just believe people have a freedom to say what they have to say, and you have a right to think what they do. And yeah, Moki, I don't think he is, in my opinion, either. But if there is evidence for it, I've not seen anything about that. Although I think that the files could have been handled differently, of course. But you're free to say, Sam, what you think about it with regards to if there is evidence for it. But yeah, Moki, I think the same thing. I don't think he was doing anything with people like that, in my opinion. And going through this, let's see. Yeah, Trump is shady. That's why I'm independent. Both sides candidates can suck, or they both suck. And Trump is not a pedo, right? And Abby says true politicians use their power to get what they want, but Charlie was the only activist, not actual politician, who can change laws and stuff like that. No one deserves to die over the First Amendment, but Charlie Kirk would say that people need to die for the Second Amendment. He did not, in my opinion, he did not say that people needed to pass away need to be murdered for the Second Amendment in those exact words. There is a remark that was made that basically when you have the Second Amendment, you're going to have people that are going to be passed. Oh, Super D says, I have to go sleep now. It's almost midnight here. Bye, Alien. Bye, everyone. Chat. Bye, Happy. Okay, Super D. Good night to you, buddy. It was nice seeing you. Thanks. And so, yes, I think that no one should ever be murdered for the Second Amendment. And I don't think that it's necessary for anyone to get murdered, deleted over it, Sam. And he could have maybe worded differently or said something different. And as I said, I wouldn't necessarily agree with everything someone says. But I think the moral of the story here is that I don't even mind if they did something with the firearms where they could reduce this type of these murders that happen. If that is the truth, then let it be. All I will say is that a lot of times criminals may get firearms anyway, illegally, hypothetically, and you would have a society that may be more crime might rise, but not one life should ever be deleted for the sake of preserving it. But when you have the Second Amendment, though, you have people that may, a con to it is that you have people that are innocent that get deleted. But we want to reduce that as much as possible. We both agree on that. So, and I think it is absolutely essential for people to not get deleted, but statistically, when you have the Second Amendment, you will have situations where that occurs. So, including himself, that I think that nobody should be killed over it. But he has a right to say what he needs to say about it, and I do think the Second Amendment is important to have. And, okay, Moki, understood. And he did not deserve to be assassinated. And he certainly did not, with the Second Amendment, what he's saying, you're going to have people that are going to pass away because the Second Amendment's going to be there, and no one should be deleted over it. No one should be deleted over it, in my opinion. And Sam says, Charlie Kirk also said he would let his 10-year-old daughter have a baby from a grape instead of getting an abortion just to win an argument. And I've never heard of him say anything like that. And he certainly should not have been assassinated. And he has a right to his opinion, whatever he says. And I've not seen him say anything like that, but in my opinion, he has a right to his freedom of speech, whatever that is. Right. But I do believe we all have a right to our opinions. People have freedom of speech, and Sam, you are entitled to feel the way you feel. And Charlie Kirk has a right to say whatever he wants to say about any issue, and that's also his freedom of speech. All right, and you may not agree with everything he said or anything he said, and that's how America works. But nobody should be assassinated over it. All right, let's see some more updates. Okay. And Abby says, for real, he said stuff I didn't agree with either, but I'm sorry his children didn't deserve to lose their father. Some of us are lucky enough to have a father that's there and doesn't give you drugs. Aaron said, I just want to know we're okay to debate. Debate, that is what I took away from Charlie. Share facts, etc., and into challenges with open mind. And I am a political commentator like Charlie Kirk, and I've been on podcasts and things like that. So I don't mind this discussion and any point that Sam wants to bring up, because we want to continue the discussion that Charlie Kirk had. We want to continue this, and I believe Sam has a right to her opinion. We all have a right to our opinion. And I appreciate this debate. And we're not going to agree on everybody says. Like, people may not agree with what I say, and then maybe my best friend. We may not all agree on the same things. And that just makes America America. And it doesn't mean we have errors or things that we say when we shouldn't say. And I do not watch Charlie Kirk enough. I just really heard about him. I didn't really watch a lot of his content. So I don't know every single thing he ever said, but he has a title to whatever his opinion was. And a lot of times he could have said things that were taken out of context. Like maybe he said things as a shock value or things that people took the wrong way, where he said his opinion about something and to an extreme, I don't really know enough about it to comment on it, and then people took it the wrong way, but it's not what he really would mean, because anything can be misinterpreted. Right. So no doubt karma will get you one day based on the same logic. And without debate, we all become robots and hive mind, which will destroy freedom of thought and freedom of being. And Lynn said, this isn't karma, it's murder. And Sam says, karma will get everyone. That's why I don't spew out hates or threaten others that karma is going to get them. And Michael says, what a piece of shit you are. Sam, you are not quoting him. You are twisting what he said and mocking him. And Zero says, suddenly appears covered in gold and purple mists, and the head maintenance of man is here. And I do not think Charlie Kirk was saying people needed to pass away or get murdered for a Second Amendment. I don't think that's what he meant at all. I just think that what he may have meant was that people, you're going to have things like, if you have cars on the road, you're going to have accidents. You're going to have things like that happen, or we're going to ban all vehicles. It's like, just because he said something, it's taken out of context and twisted around a certain way, in my opinion. So I do think the context is very important. And if you were to take away these type of things, and maybe there could be more, we can do more to control if there's anything that can be done, I should say, to stop the gun violence, it should be taken. But at the same time, we cannot have a society where criminals can get the guns, or people that are criminals or assassins, they'll get it anyway. So, and I would feel the same way, but we have to remember that people are like that are going to get them regardless. So you would still have murders happen. You're going to have people of knife attacks, and people that are going to use bow and arrows. So no, all about the Second Amendment should be preserved, and I don't know whatever the answer is to stop the violence, let's have it done. But we have to take into consideration the other factors too. And I do think that we should attack the argument of a person, not necessarily them personally, because we all have our opinions and stuff. But of course, if it's a very, very, depending on the situation at hand, and we should have people feel that they should say their opinion and discuss it. I think we shall have that. Okay. And Norm says, well, Charlie had some questionable thoughts on grape victims. I didn't watch him enough to know. I don't know what he said or didn't say. And either way, I think that his morals and his values that he had were good and righteous, in my opinion. And things that can be taken out of context. And hey, we may not always agree on what someone says, as I said before. But I think we could all agree that the assassinating somebody for having a different opinion is wrong. I think that's something we could agree on, at least. Aaron says, that's fair. If you believe in karma, I think it's in line with a lot of faith-based people. I don't believe in karma. I believe in God. So there's only so much we can find in common. Amen. And I believe in God too, Aaron. I believe in that. Oh, Sam, you went to one of his speeches on his tour. Okay. Did you get to debate him? I'm just curious. I definitely didn't agree with Charlie on a lot of things, but I am sure excellent person. I do agree with it. I do agree with that. Yeah. And hey, y'all might not agree with everything I say, but the beauty of our country is that we have this discussion and different opinions. And I think social media saying all these different things about the morals of him celebrating his death is wrong. No one's death should be celebrated. I totally disagree with the death being celebrated. Absolutely. I'm simply a citizen of civilization, lost in society of insects. Don't make me define insect again for the class. Zero, soon you might have to define it again. Oh, you didn't get a chance to? Oh, okay. Well, you have me to debate. I'm like a Charlie Kirk type debater of some sort, so you have me. and I'm, as I said, I appreciate you telling me what your opinion about this is, even if I disagree with things you're saying, and we're having this discussion, because we certainly want to find the truth of whatever that is. And Tom is all good. This is how life is. Some people aren't here to join the sorrow. Some want to make sure we hear their perspective. My morals honestly make me angry. More people are dying, and not by self-deletion but homicide. I had no moral high ground and don't claim it, and I am not your buddy. And Abby 100%. Yeah, so I think that murders and people that are advocating violence to this extent is completely wrong. Okay? That it can be flipped either way, where you have violence from one side could go into another side, stuff like that. So certainly, my position is that although I did not really watch Charlie Kirk that much, I've heard of him and seen some of his things, but even if people may disagree with things that he says, that he should not be assassinated, and no one should be assassinated. And look, he gave the left a voice. I think that he gave the other side a voice to speak out and say what they wanted to say. I think that he had healthy discussions, in my opinion, with the different people he was debating. And as I didn't watch every single one, I didn't see everything he said, and no one's going to agree with what everyone says, in my opinion. So that is a silver lining, that I do think that people are Barack Obama, Gavin Newsom, these different people have said they disagreed with this type of behavior. So that's important. And have you heard of Candace Owens that does the same formats as Charlie? Oh, I know about Candace Owens. Definitely. I know about her. I'm very familiar with her. Zero said an insignificant or constable person. Thank you, Zero. And Sam says, I work with death often and I cope differently. Charlie Kirk shouldn't have died, but understood. But we. And Sam says, I work with death often and I cope differently with Charlie Kirk. Shouldn't have died, but he shouldn't be spewing out hate against groups of society. And in my opinion, I do not think that Charlie Kirk was spewing hate towards other people. But of course, people can interpret whatever he said, whatever they interpret it, because people can misinterpret things. I think the silver lining about him is that he said things that people would disagree with. And his bottom line was talking about God and his views on different things to get people to see his position. And it was not intended, at least, to have a hateful position, in my opinion. That is my opinion about it. Of course, people can have other opinions. That's fine. And Tina says, but of course, Sam, I appreciate you condemning his assassination, though. I appreciate that. And I do not want to see a country that's full of hate and deleting each other. I want to see a country that can respect each other's different opinions and talk civilly about different circumstances of what can be for society. I think that he was concerned for America and he wanted to see it go in a positive direction as much as possible, in my opinion. But I think that's what we all want. But we just have different ways of doing that because there's different ways and paths to the top of the mountain. And yeah, so that is my opinion about that part. Tina said, hello, everyone. People shouldn't be upset about what Sam is saying. It's exactly what Charlie said. Why would people be upset with Sam just to go Charlie's page, put up his debates? All proof is there. And yeah, everything he said is on the internet for people to see. And I think that he did a fine job with his debates. I've not seen every single debate or heard every single thing he ever said. But he should be respected, as anybody should be respected that is American, of any different political party. And Candace goes at people aggressively, and I'm fine with that. Wonder what Candace securities at events looks like. I've seen many different political commentators go to these events. And there was one that was supposed to happen today. But I don't know what the people are saying, or they must definitely have to upgrade their security. Oh man, I'm horrified how much people share they actually unaliving. Aaron says, super honestly, Tina, it's just though time for anyone to come up with any opposing opinion. Or taking a quote to justify karma. Yeah, that is true. I don't think that anybody should justify that. I agree with you, Aaron. And you can't be surprised when people get upset. Not saying they're wrong. Okay. And understand, Aaron, I agree with you. He was literally shot in front of all those college students. Can you imagine the trauma, even the horror her family was watching too? Yes, and Sam says she does not believe in God. Okay. And Alien, the only one I've seen a lot of fucked up shit. Only not. Yes, absolutely. And Tina says, I don't believe she murdered on a live deleted. Yes, and also the students that were experiencing the trauma from seeing that happen in front of them, including those like Sam that would have a different opinion that he would have, would completely be horrible for those people that are watching it. And that's not good for them because they want to say their opinion. Sam wants to say her perspective on things. People like her and that have those opinions like she has wants to say their position. And I think they have a right to say that position, whatever that is, in a respectful manner, of course. And it's wrong for both sides to have to go through something like this. This is what they did in Communist Russia, in Weimar Republic, and the Third Reich. This is what they did in those countries. They completely were, silencing people for their political speech. So I appreciate those that are condemning the violence against Charlie Kirk and the action. I appreciate it very much. It's very noble. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. And I think that mutual respect is important to have a civil discussion and for people to have this society go in a better direction. Oh, thank you, Joe. Zero said, I have communication with 3 sources continually, Sam. Yet if you do not choose one of the quadrillion in a sea of quadrillions, that also is acceptable. Hey, sweetie. Great to see you. It's definitely been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Tina. Likewise, Aaron. Too many applaud indecency and showcase it for the attention they lack or traumatize from lacking. And I don't want a country of that is going down the path it's going down because there's too much violence, there's too much hate, and I believe people have a right to say whatever their opinions is in a peaceful man. Like Martin Luther King Jr., he said his opinions. So did Malcolm X. Malcolm X said his point of view on things, and he was assassinated. So I think that anybody should not be assassinated for their views. All right. And Zero says, no fighting, Zero has typed. And I said, I do not think Trump is a pedophile, in my opinion. And I don't think he was involved in the Epstein stuff. But people would probably disagree with me, of course, and there seems to be a mishandling of that information. But we've talked about with Zoe on here that maybe the past administrations tampered with things, and they didn't. When they were going to release the files, they weren't really accurate, or whatever reason it is. Or there's somebody higher up that might be hiding it. It's not even his fault specifically, but people higher up that would be withholding it from him. So I think it is absolutely people don't have to like Trump. People could think that he had something to do with the Epstein thing, or he was a pedophile. But I don't, he has grandkids and stuff. I don't think he had anything to do with those things. But I don't mind debating though and seeing another point of view. I don't mind doing that. That is fine. I would like to see different people's perspectives because I want to find the truth. I want a country of peace. I want everybody to have their freedom of speech and democracy, and people to live here and pursue happiness as much as possible. And I appreciate and Sam, this discussion we're having between each other. Yes. And Abby says, I respect everyone's opinion, but murder can't be justified to me unless it's self-defense or a defense of a child unborn being. Tina, I'm here, so that's something. Hope you're okay. I do think absolutely Abby, I agree with you wholeheartedly that Sam, Charlie Kirk, everybody has a right to their opinion, has a right to say what they want to say, as long as it's respectful to each other and not advocating for violence. Like everyone has condemned here in this chat the assassination and the violence that took place, and I appreciate that. And I think that no one should show violence towards each other. But remember, chat, everybody must take into consideration that emotions are very, very, very high right now, and I am very upset about what happened. And I think that everybody should keep in mind that emotions are very high, so people are going to say things, be very vocal, emotional about what they think. So that is also, we are in a situation of very hot water where hurricanes happen. And we have covered this, as I said, in this situation, we have high emotions, and we will conduct this as we will, and everybody has a right to their opinion and to debate each other. That is perfectly fine here. I am for open debate. I'm like Charlie Kirk. I've always been like a debater type person, so I appreciate, the debating, because we've debated religion, we've debated all kinds of different things, like aliens and stuff. I've debated Norm on the calls about different stuff, so yes, I totally agree with that type of thing. Okay. Hurricanes and Hurricanes. Yes. Yes, Alien. Are there for people who need to vent in coming days? You're a good man, brother. Thank you, Joe, for that. I appreciate it. And people need to vent here and feel like they have a voice to talk about the unfortunate situation with Charlie. And Sharon says it was, and anybody, as I said, if people disagree with things that I do, feel free to say. what that is. If any time in history, I don't want people disagreeing with me or debating people about my positions, because people may not agree with everything I do, or that may be my best friend. So we're not all going to agree with each other. But we all have a same goal in mind for society and the country in general. And yes, I believe people have a right to mourn and be free here to say what they want to say about the mourning process of Charlie Kirk, and feel that they can do that without feeling that they can't. All right. And Sharon says, it was wrong, period. I would feel the same if it was a Dem that it happened to. Just saying. Sharon, I agree. If it was a communist, a socialist, if it was a Dem, I totally agree that people that should not, on either political party, should not be assassinated. That is totally wrong, un-American. Barack Obama has condemned it. You have Kamala Harris condemning it, Gavin Newsom condemning it. I would not want somebody on the left, an activist on there, being shot at all, ever, or being attacked. Just attack the argument of what the person is saying and debate. And, and I'm sure that if you were to have encountered Charlie, I'm sure he would have been respectful to whatever you were saying, and you would have had a very interesting debate with him. You wouldn't have agreed with him, but you had an interesting debate. And Abby says, can I just say I love you guys no matter what, and I don't want anyone dying? Yes, Abby, you could say that, and I totally agree with you. I said nobody should be calling Sam names. I don't even know who called her names, Tom. And who are they? I was arguing with Sam, so there you are. And Michael says, there is a difference between not agreeing on a topic versus somebody being happy or mocking the fact that Charlie was murdered in cold blood. Big difference. Yes, Michael, that is a big difference. I agree. And no one here has cheered or called for his death or is glad he died. No one, from what I see, said that. So that is good. And I do agree with you, Michael. There's people on social media that are celebrating his death that's very evil. I totally agree. People don't have to agree with his politics, agree with what he was saying. All right? And I may not have agreed with everything he said if I saw everything he said. But certainly... Oh, thank you, Zero, for the 8-hour lives. Thank you, Zero. It was my pleasure doing that. And yes, no one should be, if it's Democrat or Republican, no one should do that. And attacking the argument, like someone could have a stupid argument, doesn't mean, like, the person just, for whatever reason, came to their conclusions from their life experience, whatever. But, of course, people that are just pure evil are going to say that this guy was good that he got deleted. And that is wrong, or celebrating on social media. And yesterday we were having a conversation about the situation with firearms. And, Japan has no gun violence. And I think that with the gun violence, it certainly should be stopped as much as possible. And we were having a conversation about, society needs to change. Back in the 40s and 50s, people didn't do stuff like this. But now, in this time period, people are doing all these shootings everywhere. So I can understand and empathize with people that would not want more shootings to happen. And Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and that by a firearm. And I think that's wrong that happened. It could have been a bow and arrow. They could have bombed him. They could have done a lot of things. So I do agree that it should stop, and everyone should be safe. There's Walmart shootings. There's school shootings, and there's a school shooting in Denver. So I do think that should end. I don't know what the answer to that is, because I know if you take away the firearms, you'll have criminals having it, and people that want to do something will get it illegally. So if there could be something in the middle where they do something to stop people like this from getting it, and it works, with more background checks and more regulations to see what their motives are for getting one, and people may not like that, but whatever we could do to prevent it, because remember, there's tons of 400 million firearms in circulation right now. And yeah, people are going to get them somehow, and there'll be illegal trade. There'll be distrust of the government. So there is an answer. Maybe there isn't an answer, but it's very complicated indeed. And no one should ever be deleted to preserve that right. But when you have that right, just like you have cars that will have car accidents, you will have people that will have accidental shootings, school shootings will happen. Unfortunately, you have a situation where you will have that happen. It's a pros and cons to it. So no one needs to be sacrificed to preserve that right. But people need to, they will have that happen, unfortunately, as a con, but a pro outweigh the cons, in my opinion. But the cons can be completely eradicated or completely lessened to 0.1%. I would much prefer that. And I'm for whatever the truth is to stop this from happening. But, as I said, I don't know what the answer is. I'm just learning. And I want to see different points of view and perspectives. And I don't mind being corrected if I'm wrong. And my friend Joe says, Japan, high trust society. U.S., very low trust society. And Sam says, yeah, I've gone to his debates. Like, I still hear him out often. But yeah, no, he was a firm believer in things that he said multiple times that I completely disagree with. I quote him. And yeah, oh well. Oh yeah, Sam. And look, you had the honor to be there. And I feel that it's great to debate you, that you were there. I don't mind debating you about anything. And you don't have to agree with him. That's fine. I may not even agree with everything he says if I heard everything. So, but the bottom line is, we all condemn political violence like this. And I'm glad that we condemn political violence like this, in spite of our opinions. And everybody is entitled to their opinion. And I don't mind refuting people or also my position being challenged as well. And that's what America is all about. And some people think that the Austrian mustache man was right. Some people think that communism's right. Some people think that there is there is a Heaven's Gate cult, and they believe that if they all poisoned themselves and did a suicide or self-deletion, they would go be with a spaceship. And the spaceship doesn't work that way. People that do stuff like that, we don't let them in usually. But yeah, people believe that, but they're entitled to believe that, but to not cause a self-deletion epidemic. So people believe all kinds of things, you know. So nothing wrong with challenging each other's opinion, because when you lose the ability to free speech and stuff, you will lose the values of our founding fathers. Yes, Sharon, MSNBC. Sharon said MSNBC was awful yesterday. Yes. Alien, you are going off. Nice to hear you instead of heard. Oh well. Oh, Abby, I'm glad to be the voice of the people. Now, Sam said because I talked about karma. Oh, okay. In my opinion, I do not think he received karma, in my opinion, about things that he said. Because the reason why I think this, in spite of what he may have said, I don't know everything he said. I don't know what the intentions are about controversial things he may have said. And no one is perfect. We all are flawed. And I think we all would get karma for something that we did. And we all would beg God's grace. I believe in God. And you don't have to believe in God. You believe in karma. Whatever it is, the universe. We all may do things that are wrong, that we may deserve something bad. But hopefully none of us get something bad done to us. And I do not think that he did anything so terrible or said something so terrible. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong, that would, for this to happen to him to be deleted like that. No, of course not. Now, I do think that better security measures should be done, and political violence must stop. And I do think that there's cause and effect. I do think the media has pushed narratives about people that think that Charlie Kirk thinks. I think that the media has done that a lot. And we do not know what the person's motives were completely yet. He may have done something for the trans group or anti-fascism. But yeah, the media has portrayed these people as Nazis and fascists and stuff. And we did fight a world war to stop fascism from happening. And it was terrible what happened in the Holocaust and also the Soviet Union and Vietnam. We fought wars against things to preserve freedom. But I do not think that he was advocating such extreme beliefs. And I think that he talked about God and a peaceful interpretation of Christianity. I think that we should have that's what he advocated, and he was respectful, in my opinion, to his opponents. He gave them a voice, and I do not think he deserved this. I do not think this was karma, in my opinion. If karma does exist, it would be to people that are celebrating this catastrophe that occurred, if it even is a thing, which I do believe karma is a thing. Well, I believe in God, of course, but I believe that that could be possibly a thing. But no, I do not think he received karma for that specific thing. No, I think that, if anything, his message is getting out there more. People are going to be advocates for his ideology more. And his message ripples effects. I believe he's with the Lord now. And people that are atheist or religious or not, I think that it's good he gave them a voice. And I'm the same way. I will give anybody that disagrees a voice. I think that's fun to have a healthy discussion without being, I could be wrong, and I don't mind my position being challenged, as I said before. So that is my take on this matter, and I'm glad that we all condemn this type of behavior, and healthy debates are important because somebody could make themselves look like a fool on either side if they say something that's misinformation or bad facts. So I think that is the art. The tongue is the most powerful weapon. Joe said, absolutely, Alien. It's been years of this hyperbolic rhetoric being fed fragile and growing minds, those that didn't grow up in the past. And true, Alien, there's a lot of people saying more Charlie Kirk are going to be born from this. Yes. As I said, I may not agree with everything he said. That is true. Maybe he could have, I don't know for certain, hypothetically, could have said things they could have worded differently or were taken out of context. Yeah, absolutely. We all make mistakes. But Michael Jordan missed tons and tons of shots. He only made 146 winning shots out of thousands. And many people had failures. Steve Jobs had failure. He got fired from Apple. All kinds of people have failures. I gotta have failures. We all could do things. We all make mistakes. No one's perfect. And it's good to have constructive criticism to correct things that may be incorrect. And I can learn from any mistakes that he or other people may have made. And that is just life. And life is a learning experience. And we can learn to respect each other and to put the truth out there. For instance, you had Moses and you had Jesus in the Bible. And in the Old Testament, there's a lot of things that Christians do not do to this day and age, although Jesus did not come to abolish or to fulfill. And, Moses told them something, but Jesus gave this other suggestion, and that he was the new Moses to lead people to God's idea of what society should work, and cast the first stone that has not sinned. Because we all make mistakes, and Confucius is a Chinese prophet to the people of China, and there is Jesus. They both said the same thing. Focus on your brother's eye, a beam in your brother's eye, but not your own eye. Confucius said there's snow on your brother's step you're concerned about, but not the snow on your own step. So that is true, that you have the situation where we consider our own failings, not denying other people's failings or something they got wrong, but consider our own failings and we'll forget our anger towards others. And I condemn any political violence against any candidate, that the people that are opposed to Charlie Kirk or his opinions about things respectfully can disagree about something, that's fine, or the left or Trump, and we could all say our opinions, and it's fine. It's free speech. It's how it's supposed to be. And we can do that in a civilized manner, and that it's evil to celebrate someone's death like this. It's evil, and they will get, I believe, karma for that, certainly. And that is my take about that situation regarding this. As I said, nothing wrong with having a peaceful discussion. And Tina, emotions are very high right now. Emotions are very high right now. People are very upset about what occurred. So we have to take that in consideration, that either if it was the other side getting attacked like this, we would condemn it. And the emotions will be high. And I understand that a lot of topics that he discussed were very high pressure topics, but we have to understand, take that in consideration in these type of circumstances. Sharon says, people in their own party turn on each other. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, we have a great country if we could come together with solutions and ideas. Amen, Sharon. I totally agree. And in this country, you have a freedom of religion or no religion. You have a freedom to agree or disagree. And I want to make sure that Charlie Kirk's message of people having a freedom of speech to talk their different opinions is preserved. And the founding fathers, and I believe Trump's position in the country, is withheld. All right? So, and as I said, I've been on political podcasts before. I'm well known in that community of people myself. And I am going to continue this and continue debating and talking about these topics. I'll continue doing it. That any assassination attempts that occur will not silence this point of view, of our point of view or the left's point of view, because they deserve to be heard and we also deserve to be heard and talk with each other. No one's going to censor us. Flags will stand for freedom. No one can take that away. Even on this dark day of 9/11's anniversary, the terrorists attacked us and they failed. And there were even, I also learned that there are Muslims that deleted Osama bin Laden in the military. So there's also people from that group that also agree with our values as well. So no, I will totally stand for people's right to say their opinion. All right, and all the darkness in the world will not extinguish a single candle. So I emotions are very high right now. So I appreciate civilized discussion about these things. Okay, and thank you, chat. Now we're going to see what chat's saying. All right, and Tom says, Abby, oh yes, and we have family. And also, you're truly wise beyond your years, bro. Alien, thank you for hosting. Well, thank you, Joe. Thank you. And Tom says, oh yes, we have family that don't talk to each other anymore over it on Facebook. I saw that. Sharon said, Abby, yes, they dictated don't sit with Republicans at Thanksgiving table. Like what? Like what? Yeah. And we should be unity. You know, back in the past, like G was saying yesterday, that the Democrats and Republicans, we used to not hate each other. They were very peaceful with each other. But times have changed. And I was raised with people from another time period where we're different. So I feel I'm like somebody from another time period. So yeah, I totally agree with people have the right to their opinions, whatever they are, in a peaceful manner. And Sharon says, Abby, yes, they are dictated don't sit with Republicans at Thanksgiving. Facebook is a place where it'll happen for sure. I'm glad my family all left because of drugs and not politics. Abby said, for real, why let politics tear you from loved ones? Politics are always changing, but your family won't be here forever. Right. Tom says, I usually don't discuss politics unless politics are being discussed. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's see some more updates. Utah authorities just released a new update on their search for Kirk's deleter. As you may remember, officials have postponed a news conference this afternoon, citing rapid developments in the case. Though it's not clear what those developments are, Department of Public Safety did just release an update saying there is still no suspect in the custody. Abby said, for real, I wish people appreciated what they had more. Some of us don't even have friends or family to lean on. Yeah, exactly. Right. Right. Law enforcement personnel continue to search for any and all potential suspects related to the incident. Multiple leads are currently being investigated, the live update says. All right, going here. Law enforcement personnel continue the search for any and all potential suspects related to the incident. Multiple leads are currently being investigated, the update said. Since most of the information had been released earlier today, here's a quick rundown of the update from DPS. Screenshots for a potential shooter pulled from security footage have been released to the public. The FBI has announced a reward for up to $100,000 for any information that leads to identification of the rest of the shooter. FBI is also analyzing the high-powered bolt-action rifle that was recovered from the area where the shooter is believed to have fled. DPS is not providing details or photos of the weapon and ammunition. Forensic samples under investigation, including footwear, impression, a palm prints, and firearm imprints. DPS also warned that it will cite, confiscate any drones, and dedicate the crimes scenes areas. Law enforcement has received more than 200 tips from the public so far. Mm-hmm. All right, and conservative activist Charlie Kirk, as well as known media personality, has deletion and promoting electoral decision and making across TV, social media, and other parts of the internet. Okay, and Alien, thank you for giving us all a chance to have some release. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. And agree. And people kept saying that the elections were rigged, so that doesn't make me feel any better as voting citizen. I just focus on myself and family that left Trudeau. I agree. Choose to focus on don't have instead of gratitude for what they do or consider how much worse it could be more than experience. Lynn says, very rarely I post anything political on FB. My FB is filled with lost dogs and cats. Thank you, Tom, for advocating for canine and feline. That's truly more important. They never get enough credit. Yes. Okay, continuing. TikTok, the company, told CNN it's removing videos that show close-up videos of the shooting and search terms like raw video footage and actual incident footage that were popping up as suggested terms. It is also deploying more measures to prevent people from unexpectedly seeing graphic footage of the incident. Meta, the company, told CNN it is applying a warning label to footage of the shooting, age gating it to people 18 and over, and removing content that glorifies or represents the support of incident of the perpetrator. Viva la vida. Live the life you still have while you can truly live. You never know what each day beholds. Yeah, you never know. Each day could be the last day of your life, and one day you certainly will be right. Yeah, exactly. Roblox, the online... Okay, Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, has his personal account today to post a statement about him within hours. The post had been viewed 7 million times as of this writing. Roblox, the online gaming platform, told CNN it removed more than 100 experiences to users generated games as of afternoon related to the shooting. Comedy Central. The channel said it will not air reruns of the recent South Park episodes poking fun at Kirk. You can read the plot line Kirk had reacted to when it first aired, calling it funny and a badge of honor. All right, and exactly that's why I always tell people life may suck, but you still have it. Yeah, facts, exactly. Trump says investigators are making big progress on finding Kirk's killer. Investigators are making big progress in the search of the person who fatally shot Charlie Kirk, according to President Donald Trump. I hear they're making big progress, and we'll have to see what happens, Trump told reporters today before boarding Marine One en route to New York. Another thing about Trump is that if he was doing P-file stuff, they would have used that in a campaign against him in the elections. Trump added that the shooter was an animal and vowed to deal with him inappropriately. When asked if he had any thoughts on the shooter's motivation, Trump declined to go into detail. I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later, he said. Hello, Liberty. Great to see you. We had an interesting debate earlier. It was, and now it's we're on these more updates. So good to see you, Liberty. Trump just spoke to reporters about Kirk's killing as he left the White House. Here's what he said. President Donald Trump spoke to journalists a short time ago and left the White House. Here's a quick recap on the remark. He spoke to Kirk's widow, the president said, and the widow of slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk is devastated. We had a long talk, and she's devastated, Trump told reporters. She absolutely is devastated, as you can imagine. On his own safety, asked whether he was concerned about his own security following yesterday's assassination, Trump said, not really. Proactive measures have been ramped up in the wake of the shooting. Joe said, in all honesty, even animals aren't this heartless and senseless. I'd use different verb, adjective, but I get it. No, Liberty, they have not caught the shooter yet, but they have posted some videos and pictures of the alleged suspect. I'm sure she's devastated. They had 2 toddlers. Yeah, definitely. On his own safety, asked what he was concerned about in his own security following yesterday's assassination, Trump said, not really. Protective measures have been ramped up in the wake of the shooting. The state of the country, instead, Trump said his concern was for the nation a large, again, without providing evidence, blamed the radical left. We had great country. We have radical left group of lunatics. Absolute lunatics, and we're going to get problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country, he said. All right. Going up here. Looking at some more updates. And alright, because okay, go down here. One minute ago, conservatives say they won't be silenced or intimidated by Kirk's killings. Doug Deason, Republican donor in Dallas, awoke Thursday to a long text chain from fellow contributors to Turning Point USA, conservative organization Kirk led. One person in the thread announced the plans to double their contributions to the group and asked the others if they were ready to help build the organization. Every one of us said, "Yes, I'm in," he said. You see, the opposite effect happened with the situation with Kirk. It actually caused his movement to be more prominent and more out in the open. Earlier, Anna said, can't have the bad guys being only ones with guns. I agree. Yeah. Americans have the right to arm themselves, period. Yes, I agree. Definitely. Okay, continuing. Doug Deason, Republican donor, Dallas, awoke Thursday along the text chain from fellow contributors. Turning Point USA, the conservative organization, led one person in the thread announced plans to double their contributions to the group and asked for others if they were ready to build an organization. An hour since Kirk's death Wednesday, after the shooting at a campus event, his allies have vowed to channel their grief and anger into developing a new, younger generation of conservative politician activists. Fellow conservatives have said they won't be silenced or intimidated by Kirk's murder, part of the growing wave of political violence, including 2 assassination attempts against President Trump and other attacks on figures in both parties. They have argued that the best way to honor Kirk's memory is to finish his work. Deason, who serves on the Turning Point's advisory council, and introduced Kirk to the candidate of Trump in 2016 fundraiser, so there is no question that organization will carry on this mission. All right. I believe in the cause. I believe in this. He was doing that. We've got into campuses. He said we've got to override these radical professors, and frankly, the media, tech, the elements of free speech, and we have dialogue and debate without violence. Right. I'm glad to hear that, Tom. I know that somewhat thankful's a job, but I know you know impact. You have the difference you will make the animals and the families who've lost them. Yes. Let's see. And see. All right. Take me down here. My sciatic nerves is still pissing me off. Oh, okay. Scared. I don't know if that's just rumor speculation. Okay. Okay, Charlie Kirk killed by a single supersonic bullet, audio forensic expert says. Audio captured near the podium where Charlie Kirk was speaking yesterday afternoon suggests the conservative activist was hit with a single supersonic gunshot, according to audio forensics expert Rob Travis Decker. Let's see if that is a thing. Let's look that up right now. As of September 25, Travis Decker remains at large and is still wanted in connection with murderers of his three daughters of the murders of his three daughters in Washington State. After more than 100 days of the search, authorities have scaled back their Lytle large-scale search efforts due to a decrease in leads. So as September 25, Travis Decker remains at large and is still wanted in connection with murders of his three daughters in Washington State. His status is unknown. Law enforcement states there is no conclusive evidence indicating where Decker is alive or deceased. Active investigation. While the intensive ground search has lessened, the criminal investigation remains ongoing. Detectives continue to process evidence and follow up new information. Extensive search efforts, the multi-agency manhunt, which has included FBI, U.S. Marshals, local law enforcement, has covered vast, rugged wilderness, including the use of cadaver dogs. Considered dangerous, Decker's former military member with wilderness survival training is considered armed and dangerous. U.S. Marshal Service offered award up to $20,000 for information leading to his arrest. False leads. Several reported sightings of Decker in various states have been debunked. In early September 25, the FBI announced the bones found near the original campsite were not human remains. I know, Abby. Like, did he go to space somewhere? Like, what happened? Starting confusing for me too. All right. Move over here. Let's see. Charlie Kirk was deleted by a single supersonic bullet. I read that. Okay. All right, and this is the person that allegedly did it right here. This person in the picture right here is allegedly the perpetrator. And I just want to give Travis a double-decker sandwich. Yeah, definitely. So we'll be keeping up with the updates as they come out. Let's see anything about the school shooting. Radicalized Evergreen High School shooter kept firing and reloading, sheriff says. Officials suspect fatally shot himself. And Dems and Holly, two students, remain in critical condition. Oh, that's nice, Abby. Yeah. Be careful, yeah. Scared? The first 911 call came at 12:24 p.m. Wednesday. Then floodgates opened as students either running from Evergreen High School or hunkering down in classrooms behind locked doors phoned for help. Kai Taylor, a 15-year-old sophomore, was eating lunch with friends outside the school in Jefferson County foothills when he got a frantic call from his twin sister asking if he was okay. He said he laughed and told her he was fine, but she grew more serious, saying there was an active shooter at the school and she needed to know if he was hurt. Desmond Holly, a 16-year-old student at Evergreen High who had been radicalized, shot his two schoolmates that afternoon before turning the gun on himself, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Jackie Kelly said Thursday morning's briefing. Tempting, and I hate guns and knives. Huh? Right. Armed with revolver, Desmond systematically reloaded and fired as he wardened the three-level school, trying to find new targets. Kelly said his exact path through Evergreen High is not yet known, as she said, but the teen shooter movements were captured by school's surveillance cameras. A video is being reviewed by investigators. Oh, hello there, Anna. I'm glad that. Hello there, Anna. Although you were here before. Glad to have you. Anna, we'll be soon looking at that trial scene you requested. The school's lockdown procedures prevented the shooter from reaching many of the students, but two were critically. School's lockdown procedures prevented the shooter from reaching many of the students, but two were critically injured and are being treated at Denver Area Hospital. Kelly said the family of one of the victims, 18-year-old Matthew Silverstone, issued a statement through the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office on Thursday afternoon requesting privacy. The family appreciates the community's concern and support, but we remain focused on our loved ones' recovery. We respectfully request privacy as we continue to heal and navigate the road ahead, the statement said. Sheriff's officials have not yet publicly identified the second victim or said how many times the students were shot or where they were injured. Paramedics look both victims and Desmond Common Spirit St. Anthony Hospital in Lakewood, where Desmond later was deleted from his injuries. One victim remained in critical condition at St. Anthony Hospital, and Dr. Brian Blackwood said in a Thursday morning news briefing. The second victim was transferred Wednesday evening to Children's Hospital, Colorado, in Aurora, where the students remain in critical condition. Thursday, hospital officials said in a statement. One victim was shot inside the school, and the other was shot in the street behind Evergreen High while attempting to flee, Kelly said. I was so scared. Kai was one of the dozens of students who fled the high school, and he took off running toward a nearby neighborhood, and he had a gunshot and willed himself to run faster. I felt like I was going limp. He said, I felt like I was going to fall over. I was so scared. I felt I was going to. Okay, and his twin sister had run in the opposite direction. Kai felt panicked that he had lost track of her. I was really worried for my sister's safety, he said, and he and his friends sheltered in home of a nearby neighbor. Kai is accustomed to the annual active shooting drills. He never expected to have to use information he learned. I felt like I was prepared, but it's just so different. In the actual way it happened, he said, Kai stood silently with his bike on Thursday and was never. His news crews packed up their equipment near the school. I just thought I needed to come down here to see it, he said. My heart beats when I took a look at the school. I feel so nervous to go back. I almost don't feel real. It's like a dream. Her radicalized through extremist network. Dismound was radicalized through an extremist network before the attack. Kelly said she did not elaborate on the type of radicalization, but said it was shown through his phone and belongings. Authorities are still determining Desmond's motive and said he brought a significant amount of ammunition with him at the school where he fired in several areas with a revolver, Kelly said, and she did not know the total number of shots he fired. The reason we have so many crime scene areas inside is because we have windows shot out, we have lockers that were shot up, we're finding spent rounds, unspent rounds, and Kelly said it's a huge area. Hundreds of law enforcement officers responded Wednesday to Evergreen High School. At 29300 Buffalo Park Road, Jefferson County Sheriff's deputies were on the scene just minutes after the first 911 call. A shooter resource officer was not in Evergreen High when the shooting started. Kelly said the school's full-time deputy is on medical leave and multiple part-time officers are filling in the gap. And the officer working Wednesday was dispatched to a nearby accident between 10:30 a.m. and 10:45 a.m., a routine task for source resources officers. Kelly said the officer did not break policy, she said. Desmond lived with his family in sprawling mountain home tucked away in a private lane near the Kittredge. Property records show his parents did not immediately return request for comment Thursday. Law enforcement searched the home Wednesday evening, but details of what they found inside were not available Thursday, Kelly said. Investigators also have warrants to search Desmond's phone and locker. We can't say yet whether this feels more targeted, more random, Kelly said, but it seems like it could be a bit of both. Oh, yeah, I am sure about that too, Abby. Absolutely. Evergreen High School will be closed the rest of the week, Jefferson County Public Schools announced. Kelly said the school needs aesthetic renovations before the student can come back, including repairing broken windows, fixing lockers with bullet holes, and cleaning up fluids. Another 8 schools in Conifer and Evergreen areas were closed Thursday. Resource and Information Center will operate for 2 days out of Bergen Meadow Elementary old building at 1928 Hillwin Drive, according to Jefferson County Sheriff. Office in the buildings was reunification point for families and Evergreen students on Wednesday. Joe says, looks like many public celebrators have been let go of their employment, in case anyone doesn't know. Well, Joe, I'm glad that they've been let go, because that was a very horrid thing that they were supporting. Center will host victim advocates for mental health professionals, victim compensation representatives, and schools personnel from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thursday and from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Friday. Sheriff says. I agree, Michael. I agree. Did you all hear about the dude that told me he got paid $80 to eat peanut butter out of another guy's bakery? Yes, Abby, remember that story? Yes. That was funny. Resource information, okay. The center will host victim advocates for mental health professionals, victims, and compensation for representatives and school personnel from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thursday and from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Friday. Sheriff's officials said it's open to all students, faculty, families, and community members. It's unclear when the students will be able to re-enter the high school to rewrite their personal belongings. That information will be available to elementary schools, officials said. All right. And that is what happened in this case. Okay. I don't know if I read this update. Let's go. Audio captured near the podium where Charlie Kirk was speaking yesterday afternoon suggests the conservative activist was hit with a single sonic gunshot, according to audio forensics expert Rob Mayer. Supersonic rounds are fired from high-powered weapons. This finding rules out possibility that a small handgun or similar weapons which fires rounds below the speed of sound was used in the attack. Mayer said that the signature crack and pop pattern heard in the audio recording suggested that the single bullet was fired from a rifle. Audio forensic alone cannot confirm the weapon's model or variant. Mayer's analysts found that the time between ballistic shock waves, crack, muzzle blasts, successive pop was approximately 240 milliseconds, with the time interval that inferred bullet speed of 800 meters per second. Firearm would have been located about 153 meters from Kirk's podium. The finding aligns with CNN's analysts. Based on visual evidence, the shooter took aim at Kirk roughly 150 yards away. All right. All right, let's go here. Let's see. Let's go here. Something more lighthearted. Scared. See the lawyer opening. Defense. All right, going this way. Yes, the school shooting was completely terrible. What happened? Definitely terrible shooting. Yeah, scared. Whole age is sent in. Okay. Trying to see. I'm trying to find the opening statement. Let's see. And Michael says, Alien, at the next State of the Union, when Trump awards the Medal of Freedom to Erica Charlie posthumously, how many Dems do you think are going to stand up and recognize her? None. Probably none of them. Maybe one or two, but I highly doubt it. See. Oh, F, no idea. Oh, okay. So, trying to see. Let's see. That's not there. All right, so while we are looking for this, we're going to look at this other update. All right. Let's see. Senator Gallego postpones town hall out of the abundance of caution following Kirk's killings. Nevada Democratic Ruben Gallego and State Democratic Party will postpone a town hall scheduled for Saturday in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killings. Senator Gallego and Nevada State Democratic Party extended our deepest condolences for Charlie Kirk's family, friends, and colleagues. Violence is never the answer, the statement said, out of an abundance of caution for our town hall participants. Attendees and members of the media, we have decided to postpone Senator Galigo's upcoming Las Vegas town hall. The announcement comes after House Speaker Mike Johnson told CNN that the following Kirk's death, lawmakers have asked for heightened security. Johnson told CNN's Caroline Collins on the source that he is looking into the request, saying, "We have the serious measures for serious times." Okay. Hell, when Senator Johnson asked for a moment of silence yesterday, someone shouted, "Let's do it vocally," and fight broken out of Congress. Unbelievable. Yeah, I agree, Sharon. Yeah. In prayer, he said. Okay, thank you. Yeah, certainly prayers for the family. It's episode 2. Okay, not too sure to find this, but anyway. So, let's do this right here. Yeah, prayers for him. YouTube. Some scenes from the Depp trial. All right. The funny scene. All right. Okay, Anna, understood.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Kroll
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't
to try to.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. I am still looking at updates about the Charlie Kirk situation, and right now there's nothing new at the moment. So I'll be looking into some things as you all watch this.
To get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are.
Oh, so not this.
Not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857, then don't.
850. Sorry.
Mr. Unbert, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
857A. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. Text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
no, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't, I don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then...
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation. Lack of personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Miss Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether
Objection
you committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and The Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as I
up.
said,
And
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or, excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun's.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right. It's already in evidence. So you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate, you do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parents. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this, because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. And why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers they were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Hancock Whitney has just made being
Honor, lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. If we could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people.
All right, Abby, good night. Thanks for coming. Take care, stay safe, Abby. I had something open and it was causing the stream to go down for a second. Alright, so go back here. Okay, now we'll be continuing. So far with updates about the incident that occurred is not really much, but say I'll read something right here about updates about it, and then we'll get back to the Depp thing. Kirk faced personal threats on campus turmoil in recent years. As Charlie Kirk mobilized young conservatives on college campuses, he faced numerous personal threats in recent years, and his stops on campus tours were often met with impassioned protests that sometimes spiraled into chaos and violence, leading to some schools to adopt strict scrutiny measures around his appearance. As authorities continue investigating Kirk's fatal shooting at campus visits Utah Wednesday. Another nationwide tour of colleges. They have not yet said whether he faced any specific threats before the. All right. Okay, Lynn. Good night to you, Lynn. Thank you for coming. Tom put out a Kirk song. Oh, good. Okay, good. All right. Hey, good night to you. All right. So basically, we'll be continuing the Johnny Depp reactions, as I've been doing. Okay, going here. So let's get the chat out. Okay, going to back this way, re-enter it. Through here. All right. Here we go. It's on my desk. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Zero. All right. I'll get into some of the updates, and then we're going to get back into the Depp reactions. Okay. Scared. Thank you, Aaron. Scared. All right. Now going over here. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Okay, so updates on Kirk. All right, Vance escorts Kirk's casket to Air Force Two. Video shows the Vice President, G.D. Vance, placed a hand on Charlie Kirk's casket and walked alongside uniformed personnel as he carried Kirk's remains to Air Force Two today. Video from the tarmac posted by Tyler Boyer, Turning Point USA's chief operating officer, shows no one is talking in the video as Vice President and others move Kirk's remains to the plane. There is a group of people standing nearby watching. Vance and the Second Lady flew to Utah today to retrieve the remains. They will be flown on Air Force Two back to Arizona, two sources told CNN. Alright, and this is the clip of it. That's them walking the casket. You know, very heartbreaking. Yes. There was lots of chaos and panic as people were running away from it. And after a gunman shot in the neck, bared toward the U.S. Post tent to hide, other people were gathering there. Some of them were crying, according to news captured. In campus, Kirk has faced personal threats and campus turmoil in recent years. Charlie Kirk mobilized young conservatives on college campuses. He faced numerous personal threats in recent years, and his stops on campuses where tours often met with impassioned protest, sometimes spiraled into chaos and violence. All right. 1,000 attendees in California passed through metal detectors and that were turned away if they brought backpacks. Right. So security members were taken, but not the best security members. Last October, Arizona arrested a man who allegedly made online threats towards Kirk and Donald Trump Jr. So it looks like there was, over time, there's death threats against him. All right. So now we'll go back to the Depp trial. Okay. All right. Let's see the White House address. Let's see what this is about. Take this chat out. Okay, let's see.
As a backstop to that president, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes.
You
I'd
don't
love to
think you
do
can get
that.
enough
Oh,
votes?
if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money.
I don't know. They're not talking about Charlie at this moment. Okay. They're talking about other things at the moment. Let's see.
And here's the thing. And those countries are paying us $950 billion, and they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them
He's
said,
talking about something else. All right. Going back to this funny thing right here. Yes, Sharon, I agree that they should have security drones guarding the area. That way they could detect things like this. I totally agree.
You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parents. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this, because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. And why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Ottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers was about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
All right, I'm back now. Going to switch over here. Go this way. Okay, it's picking up. All right, good night to you too, Sharon. Good night. Kelski Fitzman's bail was revoked by today's judge. Okay. All right. Thanks. All right, thanks for the information, Michael. Try to play this other Amber Heard clip while I go to see if there's any updates about anything. Okay, pop out chat. They now claim she's dangerous. Oh, okay. Okay. She probably is. It makes sense. Sometimes people could be. Sometimes they are quite dangerous.
To protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond. Legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically, no, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court. We literally.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have a mediate. We even found mediators and everything. Like, that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order, and that's the problem. Like, she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know, I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016, so after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he had
Objection,
launched.
Your Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said, and that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain, please.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in A, secret fake club, or B, I've had
a secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or, the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated then if it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout the years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning and we may have to cancel. But see if you can hear it. I don't know how I'm icing it, I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you under the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we had a third party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went like, the problem is hearing from you, like your biggest struggle is that it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen, and if you give this over to them or present any part of this, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm honest, like I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good. Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates when we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
I've
Baby.
been called a liar.
Baby.
And I've been called
Baby.
a gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is.
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37.
Right.
I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's
All right.
your fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media.
All right, so I was on mute, so no one could hear me. That's fine. So anyway, I know. Thank you. All right, so updates about the Charlie Kirk murder was that he they have not caught the person that did this yet. He was wearing all black and the American flag and an eagle. And they have not there's been some speculation about who it could be, allegedly it could be some people on the internet, some internet sleuths may have found this or that person, but they have not been confirmed to anybody yet. All right, so the next thing is that JD Vance escort the casket out and there's sent it back to Arizona. And there has been a lot of death threats against him in recent times, and it certainly shocked and traumatized many people. There's been a lot of disrespectful remarks about him in the media, not somewhat in the media, but mostly like on TikTok and social media in general, and that is being dealt with. That there's $100,000 reward for anybody that could find the person. Let's go here. There was a vigil and there was a fight at a vigil that was celebrating his life. As I said, emotions are very high right now. I said earlier, and Trump was saying a remark that we need to have peaceful ways, to continue to be peaceful about the situation. Okay, and all right, nothing really new besides that. But they had students that were talking about the trauma that they had. It's a tragedy, Hunter Coase said in an Instagram video. It's hard to grapple with. In the full video, in the statement that he posted, he walked through the moments of shooting and said it had been a rough 24 hours since the incident occurred. Kozak shared clips from previous videos he posted on social media discussing the disagreements with Kirk comments, and a lot of the people that were saying these harmful things are being doxxed and stuff like that. And either side, if it's Democrat, Republican, no one should get shot like this. It's ridiculous. And also the person says I'm on the record with how much I disagree with Kirk. Like, man, dude, he is still a human being. Have we forgotten that? He asked. Charlie had 2 kids and a wife, and not to make this about me, but I have 2 kids and a wife, and 1-year-old boy like this grew up without memories of his dad. It's a tragedy. People have obviously pointed to the irony that the point I was trying to make is how peaceful the left was right before he got shot, and the only makes sense we stay peaceful, he said. And something else right here says those who asked questions at Kirk event were selected minutes before the debates. Attendee says The people who were in line at Charlie Kirk's event were selected about 5 minutes ahead of time, and they all discussed together as the group what they were going to ask, according to Henry Dells, who asked a question shortly before Kirk was shot. About 4 to 5 people were selected to Kirk's questions, and were going to have topics ranging from abortion to race, he said. Okay, going here. This way. That's the casket right there. There's a picture of it. I think I showed that before. And Trump announced his plans to award Kirk the Medal of Freedom. Alright, so those are some of the most recent updates about it. And there was a vigil that was being held, and there was a big fight that broke out. So those are some recent updates about that. And brighten up the mood, we're watching some of these Amber Heard clips that are funny. And there's another trial that Anna requested, which I will... another stream will have that on. Okay. Which I saved it, and we're going to do that one. The opening of Spectre's defense.
By your side.
And besides that, there's nothing new that came out about the Charlie Kirk situation. And the Charlie Kirk tragedy. Nothing new at the moment. So we watch this while we see what's going on.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is...
What about mine?
Taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Steven says this text message is not actually happened, or that your security guard, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
as we
Honor.
go to-
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G, Plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28. Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're gonna have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Amber? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck, yes, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day there was a new attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. Or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media campaign
calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that, all right? Okay. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet, and my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, that's right.
Some people aren't made for the ordinary. They're made to build. That's where PI Insurance comes in. Workers' comp that actually works for your small business and for the people who show up every day. Affordable, simple, and trusted. Safety first, then PI.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
what about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying over time. It's my understanding that's how you pay these large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
Once you come forward, let's take a look.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something. Right. He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Okay. Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017. I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female I was the female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time. You know, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. You know, I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, what was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. Okay. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? And this has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we could publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you really answered my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
Okay. And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection, Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to turn to your counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have the...
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time. Okay, we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right, and moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, I have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through. And to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things, I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this into evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops. But the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told DailyMail.com. And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. And so what, in fact, did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another Daily Mail online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because, unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some time.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
That's fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputationally.
Objection. That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
We move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
Mr. Waldman was making those three statements.
Objection. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it, to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
She can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with The Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? And they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for...
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Oh, sure. Yes, ma'am.
Under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay. And then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract...
Objection calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of...
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months?
If
you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in I believe, one live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made.
Imagine your team, only bigger, much bigger. Imagine a dedicated solution.
In April and June of 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot, and I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
If you can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can
lack of foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that the that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. You know, they're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
She gets to give her content for it.
Well, the question was, your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day. Over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you.
All right, so shout out to you, the white man. Good to see you as always. All right, and let's go here. LNC. All right, these are opening statements. Is that right? Is that it? Let's go here. Let's see. Opening statements.
Under the law, a person who makes a false statement about someone else can be held responsible for the harm that results from that falsehood. That's because words matter. They paint a picture in our mind based on what we have experienced and what we know, or what we think we know. And because of that, words can evoke strong emotions in the listener and cause irreparable harm to a person's reputation. And when, like Mr. Depp, your career depends upon your image and your reputation, or whether movie producers want their films associated with you, that harm can be particularly devastating. This is a case about the impact of Amber Heard's words on Johnny Depp. Specifically, the words that she used in an op-ed published in the Washington Post in December 2018, which is shown on the screens. And the op-ed was published, and this is no accident, the evidence will show, on the eve of her first major acting role in the movie Aquaman. The evidence will show that's no coincidence. The evidence will show the words that Ms. Heard used, which are the subject of Mr. Depp's defamation suit against her. And there are three statements that we respectfully ask each of you to focus on. Statement number one, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." Statement number two, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic.
Okay, Michael says Air Force 2 has landed safely in Phoenix, and Charlie has been taken to a local church there. Well, I'm glad to hear about that. Thank you, Michael, for that update.
Domestic abuse. And I want to repeat that because you're going to hear that throughout the case, because the timing here is critical. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
He's the Charlie Kirk is the one that was murdered yesterday, who we're talking about.
Statement number three, quote, "I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse," unquote. Ms. Heard did not use Mr. Depp's name in the op-ed. She didn't have to. She didn't have to because the evidence will show that everyone in Hollywood, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard both have their careers, and many others outside Hollywood, knew exactly what she was talking about when she used the word 2 years ago. I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That's because, as the evidence will show, and you will hear, 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard had publicly accused Johnny Depp, her husband at the time.
All right, I am back, everybody. I am back. Going to reopen this page and go back to what we were doing. Okay. Now going to to open this one. Go over here. Interesting. All right, here we go.
And when he made it clear that finally, after all he had endured, he was done, was designed to recast herself as an abuse survivor, with Mr. Depp as the alleged abuser. The evidence will show that 6 days after Mr. Depp requested a divorce, and he did so politely, and 3 days after Ms. Heard's lawyer threatened Mr. Depp with claims of abuse if he did not agree to her financial demands, Ms. Heard arrived at the courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to file for a restraining order alleging abuse. Ms. Heard, the evidence will show that Ms. Heard showed up with a mark on her face that mysteriously appeared 6 days after she last saw Mr. Depp. And 6 days before, she publicly filed a request for a domestic violence restraining order alleging abuse. The evidence will show that her publicist and the paparazzi were there at the courthouse to document the event, to make sure that Johnny Depp's name was forever associated with the image of an innocent, battered woman. It was a jolt. It was a shocking story, splashed across front pages across the country. No one had ever, in 5 decades, accused Johnny Depp of being violent with a woman. No one had ever accused Mr. Depp of being violent with a woman. He had been in other long-term relationships. He had children.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
As I stated before, no one had ever, in 5 decades, no one had ever accused Johnny Depp of being abusive of any kind with a woman. That's why it was such a jolt. He had been in other long-term relationships, as I said. He had 2 children. And no one had even suggested ever that he was capable of something like this. By choosing to lie about her husband for her own personal benefit, Amber Heard forever changed Mr. Depp's life and reputation. And you will hear him tell you the dreadful impact that it has had on his life. The evidence you will hear at this trial contradicts the story Ms. Heard presented to the world in May 2016 and again in December 2018. The evidence will show that the last time Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard saw each other before Ms. Heard showed up in court on May 27, 2016, was May 21st. And that's a very important date, and I will ask you please to remember that through the trial. Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away on May 20th after a long illness when Johnny and his sister Christy had been taking care of his mother for a very long period of time. And for reasons that Mr. Depp will personally explain to you throughout the course of this trial, he had resolved to divorce Ms. Heard. So on May 21st, Mr. Depp came by the apartment that he shared with Ms. Heard in the Eastern Columbia building, or the ECB, as some people refer to it, to tell her that, to pick up his things, and to say goodbye. There is no dispute that soon after Mr. Depp ended things with Ms. Heard and left the apartment on May 21st, he got on a plane to head out on a European tour, a music tour, for months with his band, the Hollywood Vampires. And Ms. Heard knew that he was going off on tour and out of state when she walked into court to get the restraining order, which she obtained ex parte, It's a Latin word, fancy word, but all it means is that Mr. Depp and his lawyer were not there and had no opportunity to be heard. That's what an ex parte order is. You will hear from the police officers who responded to a 911 call on May 21st, after Mr. Depp left. The police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Both police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Nor did the police officers see any of the property damages that you will hear Ms. Heard claims existed in the apartments that evening. And you will hear those officers under oath testify that there was no violence and there was no crime. You will also hear from multiple witnesses who, like the police officers, saw Ms. Heard between May 21 and May 26. Those are the crucial days between the alleged incident and the day she walked into court with her lawyer and got an ex parte order. And those witnesses will testify that they saw her without any marks, any signs of injury on her face. And you will hear from multiple witnesses, including Brandon Patterson, who is the manager of the Eastern Columbia building, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived together. You will hear Mr. Patterson say that he saw, and others will say as well, that they saw a surveillance video from the week of May 21st that showed Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney, throw a fake punch at Ms. Heard's face. Now let's just stop there. This is a surveillance video you will hear about where the sister of the alleged victim threw a fake punch at her sister, which allegedly occurred, this incident, only a couple of days earlier. Ms. Heard acting out being punched, responding to the fake punch, and the two laughing about it. So you have the alleged victim and the sister laughing about a fake punch. And you will have to decide for yourself, or we ask that you please decide for yourself. Would anyone ever joke about that if there had been actual abuse? Much less ask yourself, would a sister ever joke with an alleged victim about being punched by her husband? Of course, none of this contradicting evidence was publicly available when Ms. Heard walked into court on May 27th and got her restraining order. Instead, as you can imagine, the media storm was instantaneous. You will hear about and see some of that media coverage, which published pictures of Ms. Heard walking into court and other pictures supposedly showing injuries supposedly caused by Mr. Depp, a man who had never been accused of abuse of a woman. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard eventually settled their divorce out of court. Thereafter, Ms. Heard dismissed her restraining order against Mr. Depp. But Ms. Heard's false claim that Mr. Depp had abused her remained in the public sphere. It didn't go away. The images were permanent. And the evidence will show that 2 years later, which is why we're pointing to that reference in the op-ed, in the wake of the Me Too movement, and just before the release of Ms. Heard's role in the movie Aquaman, Ms. Heard chose to remind the world about the festering allegations, this time under the banner of a international newspaper, the Washington Post. In her op-ed, Ms. Heard again painted herself as the innocent victim of abuse. But this time with a wider audience primed to take action against industry powerhouses accused of abuse. The evidence will show that the clear implication in Ms. Heard's op-ed that you have in front of you was that she was the victim of domestic abuse perpetrated by Mr. Depp. The evidence will show that that was a lie, and it remains a lie when it was repeated and republished 2 years later. Hollywood studios don't want to deal with the public backlash from hiring someone accused of abuse, even someone with the incredible body of work and record that Mr. Depp can be proud of. A false allegation can devastate a career. And it can devastate a family. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard's false allegations had a significant impact on Mr. Depp's family and his ability to work in the profession he loved and loved to bring joy to everyone. Ultimately, this trial is about clearing Mr. Depp's name of a terrible and false allegation. We ask you in the next several weeks to please carefully consider the evidence, assess the reliability and credibility of that evidence, and to make your own determination about what actually happened between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. And to tell you more about that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Camille Vasquez, who you had the pleasure of meeting yesterday. Thank you all for your attention.
Ms. Vasquez? You might have to turn it up a little bit. Sure.
There we go. Just for myself. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. And good morning. Good morning. Over the course of this trial, you're going to have an opportunity to get to know Johnny Depp. Not the characters he's portrayed, but the man himself. You will hear from Mr. Depp directly, but you will also hear from his friends, his family, and employees. You will hear from people who have known him for decades. They have seen him at his best, and they have seen him at his worst. And they will tell you, each of them, that he is a kind soul who has never and would never raise a hand to a woman. You will hear that Mr. Depp learned at a very young age how to coexist with an abusive woman. You will learn from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, and from Mr. Depp that their mother, Betty Sue, lived in a constant state of anger that would boil over daily in vicious words and violence directed at her husband and their children. And you will hear how Mr. Depp, who had the personality of his father, coped with that abuse in the same way his father did. He just took it. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp learned that the best way to deal with violence was to leave, to get away from it. Give her time to cool down. But he never turned his back on his mother. Mr. Depp loved his mother, and he cared for her until the day she died. You will hear how Mr. Depp came to Los Angeles as a teenager. He first planned to be a musician, then became an actor, and eventually, thanks to his talent his dedication, and a lot of hard work, grew into one of the biggest movie stars in the world. He had relationships with major figures in Hollywood and elsewhere, like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss. And before he met Amber Heard, he was with the same woman, Vanessa Paradis, for 14 years. He had 2 children with her. And even though he was a megastar, they had a quiet, domestic life. In fact, you'll hear, as Mr. Chu already told you, that in Mr. Depp's 58 years, not a single woman has ever accused him of violence. And nobody in Hollywood or the world had any reason to believe he was an abuser, until Ms. Heard publicly accused him in 2016. You're also going to hear evidence about Ms. Heard. You're going to learn that she's a profoundly troubled person who manipulates the people around her just like she manipulated Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard came to Los Angeles and sought a career in acting after Mr. Depp was well established as a movie star. Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard first met in 2009 on the set of the film The Rum Diaries. There was a significant age difference between them, and at first he avoided her advances, but she pursued him. She wooed him. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard went to great lengths to win him over by playing the doting girlfriend, and it worked. He fell head over heels in love with her. Those who watched this relationship develop saw red flags all over the place. You will hear from them in this trial. And over time, the real Miss Heard began to emerge. She would berate him, scream at him. He would try to appease her, and sometimes, just sometimes, things would get better. But it would always happen again. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp started coping with Miss Heard in the same way he did as a child. He would try to get away, avoid the conflict. But his trying to leave enraged Miss Heard. She would resort to physical violence, throwing things at him, hitting him. She would tell him he was a coward. She would tell him he wasn't man enough because he wouldn't stay and fight with her. You will see that Miss Heard equated anger and violence with passion. She would apologize with poetic excuses, as if the violence just proved how fierce and overwhelming her love for him was. And you're going to hear that when Miss Heard got violent, Mr. Depp would just retreat, just as he did with his mother. He would try to leave, to get away from her. In her words, Miss Heard's words, he would split. Mr. Depp would often retreat into bathrooms, lock the doors, wait out Miss Heard's aggression, but his leaving just provoked her more. You will hear from Mr. Depp's security people, like Sean Bett, about how they often had to remove Mr. Depp from scenes with Miss Heard, screaming at him, chasing him, trying to keep him from leaving. You're going to hear evidence that when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard traveled together, his team routinely had to book an extra room for him so that he had somewhere to go when Miss Heard became enraged. You'll hear from other witnesses, including Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's marriage counselor. Her name is Dr. Laurel Anderson, who perceived Miss Heard as the aggressor in the relationship. Miss Heard as the aggressor in the relationship. The one who would strike Mr. Depp to try to keep him from leaving. You'll hear from medical professionals who were with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, often on a daily basis, for years, including their doctor, David Kipper, and Miss Heard's personal nurse, her personal assigned nurse, Erin Barem Falati, who did not see any signs of injuries that Miss Heard later testified to in graphic detail. Miss Heard wants you to ignore the testimony of these medical professionals who saw her in real time. just as she wants you to ignore the testimony of the police officers who testified under oath, who saw her on May 21st, 2016, without any injuries. But it is up to you, ladies and gentlemen of this jury, to judge the credibility of these witnesses and that of Ms. Heard. In this trial, Ms. Heard will undoubtedly present photos that supposedly show injuries she sustained as a result of the claimed abuse by Mr. Depp. Here's what you should keep in mind when you see these photographs. First, the evidence and expert testimony from a forensic pathologist, a doctor, will show that the injuries reflected in these photographs are not consistent with the brutal allegations of abuse Ms. Heard has alleged. Second, there are multiple witnesses, including medical professionals and police officers, who will testify that they did not observe the injuries supposedly reflected in these photographs. And you may be wondering, how can that be? Well, you will hear expert testimony that none of these photographs are the originals, not one. And many are stored in an editing program. So they could have been manipulated and cannot be confirmed as authentic. Importantly, you will not see a single photograph of the vast majority of the abuse alleged by Ms. Heard. Not one. And there is not a single photograph or video showing Mr. Depp becoming physically violent towards Ms. Heard. The only medical report of an injury during their relationship was a severe one, and it was sustained by Mr. Depp. After an argument shortly after their marriage, while the couple was in Australia. You will hear evidence that the people who cared about Mr. Depp were encouraging him to have a prenuptial agreement with Ms. Heard, but she rushed the wedding date, and he agreed to get married without one. After the wedding, again, people close to Mr. Depp encouraged him to consider a postnuptial agreement. When the topic came up, Ms. Heard became outraged, as she always did, at the suggestion that Mr. Depp might leave her. She berated him, and when he tried to leave, she became violent. She became so violent, in fact, she threw a vodka bottle at him that hit his hand and exploded. It severed the end of one of his fingers. You'll see pictures of Mr. Depp's severed finger and learn about his emergency medical treatment for that injury. And then you'll learn, and this is important, years later, after the false claims of abuse that caused Mr. Depp to file this very lawsuit, Ms. Heard came up with an elaborate story about what actually happened, according to her, in Australia. And what she said happened was that it was a 3-day hostage affair, an episode, where she was violently attacked and then sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp. You will see for yourself that the evidence does not support the story she told after she was sued. You will learn that there came a time when Mr. Depp was done, and you'll learn from him, and he will tell you why. The evidence will show that on May 20th, 2016, Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away. You will hear from Mr. Depp that his mother's passing was a wake-up call that helped confirm what he already knew, that the relationship with Ms. Heard wasn't working, and that Ms. Heard was not going to change. If you've ever lost a parent, you understand how much this experience can change your perspective on what is important for your own well-being. So Mr. Depp resolved to finally divorce Ms. Heard and told her that very day that he would do so respectfully and, most importantly, discreetly. The evidence will show that on May 21st, 2016, when Mr. Depp went over to the Eastern Columbia building to gather his things, Ms. Heard caused a final dramatic scene. In the wreckage of their relationship, Ms. Heard spun the final encounter between them into a tale of domestic abuse. Now, I understand that many of you may be asking yourselves, why? Why would Ms. Heard say that Mr. Depp abused her during their relationship if it didn't actually happen? Why would she make up the detailed, dramatic tales of abuse that you will surely hear in this courtroom over the coming weeks? By the end of this trial, you will have the answer to that question. The evidence will show exactly who Ms. Heard is. You will hear from Mr. Depp and other witnesses, including their marriage counselor, Dr. Laurel Anderson, that Ms. Heard would go to great lengths and even resort to physical violence to stop Mr. Depp from leaving her. But once Mr. Depp did leave, Ms. Heard tried to avoid public humiliation and present herself as a noble survivor and representative of the Me Too movement. You will hear evidence, including the testimony of Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, that Ms. Heard is obsessed with her public image. It's her #1 priority. And you will see evidence that after she received a $7 million divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard released a public statement claiming she wanted nothing from him and would donate the entire settlement to 2 charities: the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in California and the American Civil Liberties Union, also known as the ACLU. But then she did not make the donations. Quite simply, Ms. Heard had publicly cast herself in the role of a domestic abuse survivor. There was no going back. When Mr. Depp finally stood up and fought for his good name in court by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard, because she couldn't back down, went all in. After this lawsuit was filed, and it's important, the timeline here, after this lawsuit was filed, Ms. Heard started making up more and more alleged incidents of abuse. And if you'll recall, ladies and gentlemen, the headline of the op-ed references sexual violence. But Ms. Heard had never made that accusation against Mr. Depp. It was never part of her allegations of abuse. So what changed? What changed between 2016 and 2018? We submit to you, and the evidence will show, when she realized the seriousness of what she had alleged, she panicked and she alleged sexual assault. Ms. Heard and her lawyers are going to tell you some truly horrific tales of abuse before this trial is over. But the horrific details are designed. They're designed to shock you and to overwhelm you. They are designed to be explosive. And they are designed to distract you from the evidence and, most importantly, from common sense. That tells you, the common sense and the evidence will tell you that it is all a lie. That none of this, not one single alleged incident of abuse, could have happened as Ms. Heard claims. Ms. Heard's pattern is consistent. She tells a lie, then covers up that lie with still more lies in a constantly changing, evolving, ever more dramatic story. You're going to hear a lot about Mr. Depp during this trial. Ms. Heard is going to tell you a lot of things about him. That he abused drugs and alcohol. That he used bad and offensive language. And it's true that Mr. Depp has had real struggles with substance abuse in his life. He's not denying that. You may know people close to you who have struggled too. But struggling with drugs and alcohol doesn't make you an abuser. He has also used some very colorful language. He uses words that I don't use, and you probably don't use. And he uses them frequently. Mr. Depp, like all of us, is not perfect, but he did not abuse Ms. Heard. All of this is just meant to distract you from what this case is about. This case is about what Ms. Heard said in her op-ed. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard painted a picture of herself as a heroic, innocent survivor of abuse by Mr. Depp, a beaten woman who finally stood up to her tormentor. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard used her allegations against Mr. Depp to raise her own profile and to advance her own career. The very same day that the op-ed was published, under the title, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," end quote, she posted that article that's now displayed on your screens and the title on her Twitter page, right along with an announcement that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador on women's rights to make sure that, quote, "women and girls can live free from violence," end quote. She presented herself as the face of the Me Too movement, the virtuous representative of innocent women across the country and the world who have truly suffered abuse. The evidence will show that was a lie. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard portrayed Mr. Depp as the representative of abusers everywhere, the agent of her suffering, the villain in her heroic journey. That was a lie too. And more than just a lie, it was an act of cruelty. Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing that whatever he does, there are people out there in this world who will always believe that he abused a woman. This is a case about what Ms. Heard said. It's also a case about what a man named Adam Waldman said. Adam Waldman is a lawyer who has worked for Mr. Depp. After Mr. Depp filed this case against her, Ms. Heard filed her own claim against Mr. Depp, which is also the subject of this trial. In her claim, Ms. Heard says that Mr. Depp defamed her because Adam Waldman, his attorney, made some statements to reporters denying the truth of her claims of abuse. Adam Waldman is not in this courtroom. Ms. Heard chose not to name him in her claim. And I won't take up too much of your time with a discussion of her claim against Mr. Depp, except to say a few things. The evidence will show that those statements weren't even made by Mr. Depp. They were made by Adam Waldman. And Mr. Waldman, the evidence will show, is not under Mr. Depp's control. The statements were merely Mr. Waldman's opinions, made in justified defense of his client and friend, Mr. Depp. Mr. Waldman believed those statements. And finally, at the end of the day, Mr. Waldman's statements merely reflected the reality that we intend to prove in this trial. That Ms. Heard's portrayal of herself as a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp is a lie. Ms. Heard, as you know, is an actress. When she accused Mr. Depp of abuse and painted herself before the world as a representative of abuse victims everywhere, Ms. Heard took on the role of a lifetime. She can't back down. She has been living and breathing this lie for years now. And she has been preparing to give the performance of her life in this trial. But this trial is about the evidence. It's about a man's reputation. And it's about his whole life. His ability to walk down the street, look people in the eye, without having them think he's an abuser. It's about the truth. And the truth will come out in this trial. At the end of this trial, we will ask you to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We will ask you to tell the world that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the victim she portrayed. And we will ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little early, but maybe we should go ahead and take our morning break, just since it's a natural point to have a break before we have the second opening statement, okay? So why don't we go ahead and take a 15...
Real Johnny Depp is.
This is some Rottenborn right here.
Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind the money, behind the pirate costumes, you're going to see who that man really is. Amber is going to tell you about it. You're going to hear who he really is from other witnesses. And you're going to hear who he really is in his own words, in the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber and ways he used to describe Amber and what he wanted to do to Amber from the earliest days that they were dating, through their marriage, and after their marriage. You're going to hear about that. But this case isn't about that. This case isn't about a day-to-day chronicle of their marriage. It's not about who is the better spouse. It's not about who you like more. It's not about which party can sling more mud. But you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial. You're going to hear that because that's what Mr. Depp wants to turn this case into. He wants to turn this case into a 6-week-long public spectacle of the most intimate aspects of their relationship and their marriage. And you know what? I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're going to have to do that. I'm sorry that you're going to have to listen to all of it. And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that. But that's the case that Johnny Depp chose to bring. And we're not going to stand idly by and let him sling mud at our client and make inflammatory and false statements like you just heard in opening and not let those go unresponded to. But ultimately, what this case is about the First Amendment, about that December 18th, 2018 op-ed piece, and whether Ms. Heard's freedom of speech and the First Amendment give her the right to say the words that she said. That right, that freedom of speech, is what Amber Heard is asking you to uphold and protect in this lawsuit. And that's a very simple question. The question you could decide this afternoon. And it does not require you to stand and serve as the umpire of 2 movie stars' imperfect marriage. It doesn't. And so we're going to focus on those words. We're going to look at those words. And as we look at those words, I'd ask you to keep this in mind. Keep in mind what you just saw on the screen from Mr. Chu when he put up those words. Keep in mind what you didn't see. You didn't see the rest of the opinion piece. And what we'd ask is that as you look at those words, that you look at them in the context of the piece in which they were written. Now, whether you look at them individually or in the context of the piece doesn't really matter because the words are true. But context matters. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Heather to put up the article, put up the opinion piece, and I'm going to read that to you. And we're going to look at those words in the context of what this piece was about. Because Mr. Depp's team wants to make you think that this opinion piece was designed to destroy Johnny Depp. That this was designed to maliciously talk about him and their life together. And it wasn't. So let's take a moment to look at this. And I'm going to read it to you, and I'd ask that you follow along if you can. But either way, let's take a look at what the piece as a whole says. This is the piece that Amber wrote. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on.
Yeah. I'll show it. Let's see. Going here.
Build a website you love.
They're coming close to the go now. Did you make it? Okay, good. Sorry about that.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. My name is Hillary Kellner. I am the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor, we'll kick it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now, show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see that the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive t-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. Good. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs. I mentioned these have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the t-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out, we'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn the time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, just give you a little warning, we will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We're going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the and federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working.
Find your next
and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
That's why I'm saying, let's shoot the beam that we don't care about sent to us. Could be, okay, I don't know. That's what he was saying. I'm just relaying the message.
Well, I know. I was trying to zoom in on the video, but I want to make sure, because they're streaming on digital, I want to make sure it looks nice.
Are they streaming on digital?
The desk, I would assume it's... Hey, it's Jeremy. Okay, all right. Well, hold on. Joel, pick him up. I will double check though. Okay. Where's that at? I don't know.
They're not even sure if they're going to release it. Yeah.
Shot it, they replayed it.
Well, I don't know what he was saying there. He says you zoomed in and then you zoomed out.
First one.
Let me just have him text you because I apologize. I'm not wanting to be in the mix of between you and
A PO number? No. I can't read it.
Well, that was it, chat. That was it. See what the comments are saying. Everybody's... This is what chat is saying. L stream. Charlie no. Okay, everybody's laughing. Everybody's laughing because it's like... That's it. Alright, so that is it, chat. For that, we resume our scheduled program. A nothing burger. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Anthony. Hilarious, Anthony. Truly, Temu and Sheen. Yes, Temu and Sheen press conference. Worst I've ever seen. He wore no gloves. What a dolt. Good for us. Nothing burger. What is Charlie no mean? Yeah. Rest in peace of Charlie. Oh, okay. Yeah, the chat. Yeah, that chat was saying a nothing burger. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. That was funny. Okay, I get what you mean. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, some people in the chat were saying we're mocking the FBI for having a Temu conference, in my opinion. But yeah, there's certainly trolls in there being evil and saying bad stuff about Charlie. Yeah, definitely. That's true. Because there's a lot of stupid trolls online. Yeah, that is also true as well. I just had it up for a moment. Yeah, just internet trolls are cringe. Oh, gee, and everyone in here in the spaceship is extremely a genius in my opinion. Yeah, but those people, the real geniuses are the people in that chat. They're being stupid. Yeah, and yeah, a lot of people just go into those types of chats and they say stupid things for a reaction. Now, as I said, some people I think were laughing at the FBI just sitting there for about 2 or 3 minutes and leaving, and it's like 40 minutes to get there, then 2 or 3 minutes they're gone. It's kind of silly. Honestly, it doesn't matter who died in this matter. I don't care what political party, what celebrity, what real life human. I feel the same way. It's just evil. I agree. Cat shield, bat shield, rat shield. That's enough for that shield. Sorry. Yeah, facts. And Timu and Sheen shield. And also turds. Anna says, people watching rally, he's getting away with murder, no one around. Isn't that crazy how they only had 6 police officers and they're not guarding that whole facility? Considering what happened to the president. Anybody, if they're conservative or liberal or communist or not, whatever they are, they need to have right to say what they got to say without this happening. I mean, everybody I think that's an activist for could be a target. Yeah, nobody was there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't. Let's see if we could find out where they were exactly. Let's see. Okay, let's try this again. It gave me something from Star Wars. Okay. Following the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the Utah Valley University on September 10, 25, University police stated that 6 uniformed officers were assigned to the event. These officers were supplemented by several plainclothes officers and Kirk's own traveling private security details. They were on stage area. Some of the officers, including those in plainclothes, were likely in or near the crowd, while others were seen in photos on an elevated walkway during the Kirk's stage tent general area. For the crowd, about 3,000 attendees, the uniformed police presence was reportedly sparse throughout the outdoor amphitheater. Event attendees described the overall security as light and insufficient, lack of rooftop coverage. No officers were positioned on surrounding rooftops. The Utah Department of Public Safety confirmed that the fatal shot was fired from the roof of the nearby Luce Center. Kirk's former security director noted that having a counter-sniper team to cover the rooftops would be virtually impossible to arrange for campus events. In wake of the shooting, University Police Chief Long expressed dismay over the security failure, stating, "This is a police chief's nightmare. You truly get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. The incident highlighted the significant security vulnerabilities at the event, including a lack of metal detectors or bag searches for attendees." They even got President last time. What kind of security crap is that? They had no excuse. Millions need jobs. Yes, G, you are absolutely correct. And if Trump didn't move his head a certain way, he would not be here. He would not be with us. So their security is Timu Sheen security. They need to do an upgrade with all the tax money they get, all the funding that's going to foreign countries, and we need to fund the security measures for people that are activists and officials and everybody else. And murder climbed down and not a soul was there, not even a passerby till he was walking already. And they could have so easily surrounded him, Anna, as he's climbing down. He wasn't even that fast. The left can communicate logically with educated people, they believe. And they even got the president's last time, I read that. And you pay someone even $4K a year to stand and protect. And Anthony, it's important not just in this event, but sporting events, concerts, school graduations, anything on stage, obviously, politicians too. Thank God that was failed. Amen. Yes. And it was a while since the president, not long enough, but longer than school shootings. Why are young innocent kids in schools being killed too? This country needs more of that fast. Is there a limit to how much security one can have or where to put them? I feel there shouldn't be any limit, and they should be put everywhere. You see, because that's what they're saying, that they couldn't put a sniper on a roof of the college, but it's like, where's the limit here? Why are we going to be limiting self-defense and security? So, I totally agree with you. Very great idea that we have to have a system where schools, football games, baseball games, every place can have high security like this. That would be very important, because you have these people, politicians, activists, need to be protected. I don't even know if this stuff was happening in the 60s when the Nam War was happening, if it was this bad where people were getting assassinated. I know there was assassinations probably, but I don't really know if it was to this extent, like what we're seeing now. G said, because guess what? Trump goes to us open right here by me. Yes, understood. G. And through a reasonable amount, the entire building in the back where he climbed down was totally empty. Yeah. To U.S. open right here by me. Okay. That's okay. Us open by me. Okay. How about using small drones to patrol, give security more eyes, more angles? Yeah, I think that drones would be a very good way to have security. And along with snipers, I think that would be a good help. And you see, with mistakes, you learn a lot of things. So we know now that this is a better security system to have drones and more people on the ground to protect people and activists that are trying to do these activities and make sure every single building is covered with security. Now, remember, chat, remember this, that setting an enemy in predictable patterns of response, okay? That if they see that is not an option, they might try another option that we're blindsided about. We're thinking, so you need to cover those areas at the same time covering the areas in the center and forefront. And to not spread everywhere for everywhere you'd be weak. So what that means is to every possible nick and cranny needs to be covered. Celebrities go to sporting events, they can get deleted there, killed there. What sucks is they are aiming at celebrities, politicians, but at these events, innocent people get killed in line of fire. Awful. Yeah, you have innocent civilians, like at the Trump rally, and Anthony McQuaid was the one that told me about it right when it happened, actually. I would have been watching that stream if I had, either I was going to watch it or something came up, but I have watched his streams when Trump's doing his thing. And yeah, Anthony was the one that told me about it right away. I knew right away. Yeah. I was shocked. Wow. And the fireman was deleted. So, yeah, you have people, pedestrians that will get hurt or killed over this. So I do certainly think that they need to upgrade the security for the well-being of everybody. especially if it's a figure who is controversial. You have to protect them. Yes. Where he said, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of drones, but for things like this, I think it's a need and efficient. Yes, you need your hot cocoa, yes. And yeah, chat, and I like y'all's ideas about security measures to be upgraded. That's a very good idea. And in the crowd, there should be more police than 6. And drones should be surveilling the whole area along with proper enforcement. There needs to be some kind, I guess we, like what Anthony mentioned, we need to wear armor head to toe. Be like Darth Vader. Or a stormtrooper, something like that. Yeah, that'll definitely be a good idea. Can you imagine a young punk is able to overpower the FBI? It's scary. OMG, guys, I hope he doesn't kill others, at least at last minute too. Yeah, and we do not know what we have an idea of what his motives are. And Trump mentioned earlier that he does not know who the person is or what the motives were. He admitted that, but he has his ideas who he thinks it is. So he did say, like, he doesn't know what the motives are or who it is. Like what you were saying the other night, which I do agree with. And we do not know what his intentions are. Is he just going to be doing this to everywhere? He could just do it to other people. I think this is reminds me of when we were talking about Ted Bundy. It reminds you when he was able to escape prison and he's on the loose. It's kind of like that. It's like he was able to fool the system, it seems. I can't believe they didn't have any security. Where I am, they have security everywhere because it's kind of a city that's known to have unhinged situations. But yeah, it just, you need at these kind of events, when you have controversial people, we certainly need to have upgraded security. I think it's interesting that the assassin of conservative activists had an eagle on his shirt. Yeah, that's why we're talking about. He was wearing an eagle and an American flag. Yeah, exactly. That is a very good point. And we should protect our children the way we protect our money. Well said, Anthony. Amen. Facts. Yeah, because usually they would not like the eagle or the American flag. The people from the group that we think, or I and others may have thought he could be from, although I didn't know for certain what he was. I didn't really make an assumption, but we have an idea what we think it could be, but usually they don't like that type of stuff. So yeah, we don't know who it is exactly. It could be an extremist political philosopher from the right. It could be from it could be from anywhere. You see, because some people don't like the other activists that are on the right. Like the right will not like the right sometimes. Like they'll think one is not as extreme as the other. Like they'll think, for instance, maybe it was oh, you just did dog baths. Okay, Lurdy, welcome back. So it could be someone from the very, very far right that just thinks it's the neo-Nazis, something like that. That may have thought that he could have been allianced with Israel or something, just making up something on top of my head, or didn't completely align with the right, and it's a right on right wing situation. That's possible. Or it could be someone from the left too. It could be a plot twist. You never really know. And G said 100% alien. He's wearing an eagle shirt. It could be far right, like you said, or a jealousy guy who wanted the position. Yeah, G, it could be somebody that wanted to be him, that's a hater, that's a troll, that attacked him. And it could be a person that just wanted to cause some chaos, like the Joker. It could have been one of his viewers. It could have been his stalker. It could have been, I've encountered people on, especially the phone lines. There are a bunch of creepy people telling me stuff. So they are out there. So it may not be what it may appear. And there's always, as I said before, predictable patterns of response to put an enemy in. So you can mask yourself where you at or where you're not at. They don't know where you are or where you're coming from. So yeah, certainly we do not want to be set into predictable patterns of response. Because that's the trick and manipulation of the enemy. And do you guys think 100% political Because that's the obvious choice. Or could it be personal, ex-classmate of this guy? Could it be Brian K. jealous of accomplishments, especially wearing an eagle? Yeah, it could be a person he knew that was beefing with him. It could be somebody that was in a debate with him that didn't go right. It could be something irrelevant, like a classmate or Brian K. It could be a serial deleter. It could be anybody. It may not even be politically motivated. Very well said. That's what I mean, Alien. It's not that I'm being stupid or that I don't know what it is. The obvious choice is political, but we live with so many nuts, who knows what. Yeah, and I think it's actually stupid to assume it's just something completely on the right, completely on the left politically. Actually, I would say that what you said was a very, very clever analysis of it, where we can think about, not that the other position is not stupid, because people that might think that, because that's obviously the most simplest answer is usually the answer according to some philosophers, but you really think different and think, this from another perspective, and that's what I like, because you show that, and that's probably what it could be. Yeah. That's why I like having different people that think different things. It's very important. And so, as I said, I don't mind being corrected if I say something that is not true. Lori said, Commissioner Gordon active that bat signal. It's a damn joker. Scared? Yeah, activate that bat signal. Yep, it's a joker. Batman stuff, Terminator stuff, Matrix stuff. What other movies have the truth? And that is a good question, Liberty. We know that Amber is the turd in Aquaman. She's a sea turd. And Spider-Man, there's a Green Goblin. So maybe, you know what it's also like? Another example of this would be the Green Goblin, where it was in New York City, and which y'all probably seen Spider-Man, but I'm going to explain the movie anyway, and he was angry at Oscorp for kicking him out of his own company, and so he went and waged a war against the board that fired him, and he threw bombs at him and destroyed them. So maybe it was one of his employees or somebody that worked with him that was getting revenge. It could be something like that. So it could be the Green Goblin. Actually, I do think the simplest answer, look at my beliefs, are in the trials. I always go with what walks like a duck, hence say guilty right away. But this case, I want to play devil's advocate. That is a good exercise, G. A good exercise. Because we need to see the other way around and challenge something. Even a position that you agree with, it's good to challenge that position. Like the Socratic method. And guys, I hope they are protecting the president. Imagine this guy is headed over there. And yes, G, and they did increase security on the president. And Liberty, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yes. And that guy was absolutely hilarious. And yeah, I think that it's completely President Trump. Guys, head there. Yeah, he could be heading there now. He could be going after another official because they have certainly increased security. Let's see. And G said, actually, all officials should hide. Yeah. That's a good idea. Because there was another activist that was going to go to a college campus, and they decided maybe to cancel it. And stay inside, everyone should head over to White House and be protected. Yeah, we need to go over there for the protection, because that's where all the protection is right now. Yeah, definitely. And let our voices be peacefully and patriotically heard. And here's the answer is... That was a big sigh, Alien. Yeah, scared. Closely related to the sea slug. Yeah, this Timu soy punk is out there somewhere. With his little tiny wing. With his little crooked beak. He smells like a bunch of basement fish. And he drinks Amber's pink turd fish oil juice. Yes, Donald Trump security has been heightened following the assassination of Charlie Kirk on September 10. His security team is tightening measures for public events. No, I mean, I want to find the low-life assassin Timu Snipey. Yes, yes. I want this guy to be found too, because he could be anywhere now, lurking. And I think that it's a nerve-wracking situation with him not being caught. Now, Liberty says it's a pro. And I will say the way he was able to get away and just be incognito like that, he had to have either been training or knowing what he was doing. Now, people are debating that people from that distance could have shot it from that distance if they were, he was able to get away very quickly. And he had been training to be able to do that. So it's possible. They're saying that his shot was not that remarkable, that anybody that was practicing could have done it, but he was able to get away very easily, though. Yeah, I don't know if they wear gloves or not. It depends if he's in the system, but they certainly would wear gloves, I think. Yes. All right. An alien, when it's late night, I think 360 degrees. My mind is going wild until he gets caught. What if he has family helping him or friends going after others? Yeah, that is possible, too. He probably had some other help. Ted Bundy allegedly had some help. G says 9/11 had not one plane. Please know I am not being controversial. I am looking at different scenarios for a reason, because to protect yourself, you have to consider all. Yeah, I have heard of that, G. I have heard of those theories. Definitely. And I would trust your judgment on that. I would certainly trust your judgment on that, too. And Lori, I said that yesterday. He has to be a pro, but I was mocked. I mean, he didn't jump down fast, though. If he had 4 people, he'd have been caught. Yeah, I think I'm one of the people that said that I thought that he was a professional, but some people disagree with that. I don't really know for certain, but he very well could be, especially I was able to get away so easily. Right. And G said, I mean, what if we think it's just one scenario and it's a personal ex-friend? We must look at this from all angles, while easiest thing is to know it's political. Yeah. It could be someone he worked with or somebody from that side that was doing it. Because a lot of times there's like civil wars that go on. There's internal clashing within groups. And I think that it's absolutely very wise to think of that way, because a lot of times it's like simple to just think like, oh, it's the easiest thing. It's something political. It may be political. And allegedly on the shells, there were found things about fascism, anti-fascism, and trans stuff. But it could have to do with somebody that knew him or was a fan of some kind. Yes. I mean, one scenario, easiest. And he kept the mask. We didn't see him put it in the bag, did we? They showed video. I don't recall noticing him putting something in a bag with a mask, but he had to have put it in the bag, though, in my opinion. Because he seems like he took it off when he was coming off the roof. That's what I think. Anthony says, well, I'm hitting the bricks here, getting tired, taking the meds. Oh, well, time for bed. Get your body armor now before they ban it. Stay informed and stay here. I will, Anthony, do all those things. Have a blessed good night. Stay safe. Take care. Thank you for coming here. Always greatest mod on the internet. Thank you. We still have no truth on JFK, 9/11, or anything else, really. Yeah. Exactly, Liberty. I do agree that we are not given a lot of information about those things. Yes. And so, Alien, he must have ditched it, but they'd have found it. Right. So unless he hid it in a forest somewhere, they haven't located it, or he just may have it on his person. I mean, if he left it, it would be more evidence to leave behind for people to try to trace him, I would think. So maybe he still has it on him. And Lori hopes so because this guy is on the loose. The guy we saw may not have been the real shooter. That is also a possibility too, Liberty. That's also a possibility as well. Yes. Yeah, G, I would say that he certainly could have had accomplices. I mean, he certainly had to have had training. It could be, in my theory, a clique or a group of people that came together to do this plot, and they may even know the other shooter that did the attempted assassination on Trump. And he probably would have to have somebody, either if he could hide himself or he can't hide himself, maybe he's staying with somebody, maybe he had somebody pick him up. You know, those are other possibilities. And he definitely was practicing with a firearm, with the sniper he was doing. He certainly was able to get away, and they knew themselves and they knew their enemy. And that's why they had victory. United Anthony. Yes. So that is what I also think, is that there could be a syndicate or a group that are plotting against people. Maybe there's like a hit list, and he certainly had help. So I do agree with you, G, that he may have had help. Now, he would have had to have had a vehicle to go to, a way to get away, and a place to go. And he probably wouldn't be staying in the same state. He could be elsewhere. And he would certainly maybe in hiding or hiding in plain sight. Out 3, 2, 1. G said, I think it's 90% political motivated. It's the most sense. But I fear if they don't look at all angles, this could be another 9/11. It could be a group, and they could be elsewhere. Right. And for instance, what happened in NOLA, the NOLA attack on New Year's, and then then the next morning in the afternoon, there was a Tesla exploded in front of the headquarters of where Trump is, his place in Las Vegas. So yeah, it could be an attack like that. It could be people radicalized by some ideology or whatever that did this. And there was a YouTuber was saying that he thought it was an act of terror. We don't know what group or what did it, but it could be that. And as I said, it could be right or left. It may not be what we think, because not all things are pure. Just because something is likely not true doesn't mean it's a completely 100% not true. Lori said, bro is in his dorm room lurking on our stream. Kidding. Scared. Think about it, Alien. It's 9/11. They had 5 planes on 9/11. It wasn't just one plane, one victim. Yes. Yes, that is true. I agree. That would mean that there's a coordinated attack. And maybe there's going to be other things like this happening. So we have to definitely be on guard. Scared. Scared. G said, I thought since he's free, all angles should be explored. Don't you agree? It's 90% political, but to protect others, I was just tossing around the idea. What if it's a personal attack? Yes, G, I agree. That's very wise. Yes. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Mary Toodles. They had a press conference about Charlie Kirk, and it took 40 minutes, and they were there for like 3 minutes and left. It was a press conference that lasted a few minutes, but it took a long time for them to get there. G says hello. Hi, Mary. Yeah, chat, she said hi. Bubbles is doing good. I was earlier when an hour ago, I fed him and petted him, and he's resting in his bed right now. He's doing good. And G said, I'm wondering if it's a pro since he's not caught, but on the other hand, would be a pro climb down that slowly. Right, and I do not know specifically what the qualifications for that is with him climbing slowly or not. And he certainly didn't break anything. He got down. What happened? Pardon?
What happened? What happened?
There was this political activist, Charlie Kirk, that was assassinated yesterday.
Oh, I thought you something happened with Bubbles. No, it's okay. I thought you talked about Bubbles.
Oh, no, I was just saying Bubbles. I fed him earlier and petted him, and he's hanging out in his bed right now, and he's peaceful. Yeah, Bubbles, the chat wants to know if he could solve this crime, and Bubbles said he's going to solve it.
He's too young.
Mary Toodles saying he's too young, but we believe in him.
He's just a little baby.
Mary Toodles says he's just a little baby. Larry said, I had my own military, I would straighten out the world for the better. Liberty, that is true. And I know you would, and I would too. It's like, I wonder what the motives are in the situation where are they trying to pass something are they using this to try to pass something? I don't know. What's it going to be used for later? It's certainly something to ponder, like what other possibilities besides the political motivation it may be. And the reason why I think it could have been an assassin, which G and I think that, is that he made a shot. He did very well. The other one in the Trump assassination, which was very terrible, he was spastic, and he was although it was good he was spastic, but still he was spastic, and he was just going boom, boom, boom. It's just, this other person was calm, calculated, and he got his target, and he was able to get away. So I think that he may have extra help, or he certainly knew what he was doing, or if he wasn't an assassin, he became like one. G said, I agree. He's definitely seems like a pro. I mean, look, he managed to get away. At some time, he ditched a gun close by, took a mask off, is in plain sight. Yeah. Like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah. Mask on feet alone has a bag that will be found, cameras everywhere. Yeah. Now, I will say there's a lack of security, and he knew this, G. Remember this. Something I want to point out is that the villain knew... Oh, hello, Doe. The villain knew that there would be security. Not there. That's very, very crazy to think about. That did not know that he had to have known that there was going to be security. And I agree that he had help, definitely. Gee, I was thinking that just of right now that it may be an insider from the school itself, because how would they know, or at least they know someone there that gave them information. Like, how would they know there wouldn't be security at this time? Because in warfare, you got to know yourself and know your enemy. And they knew their enemy well. And they knew what to do. It was like they were training for this. Whoever did this trained for this. And as I said, today is 9/11. So it's quite an interesting coincidence that it would happen at this time. Yeah, it certainly could be something like that. Yes, he had to know alien. He must know that. In the back, he climbs down and no human is there. Yep. Yep. Gee, says, I was told by a friend there was a man standing behind Kirk that was motioning. Is that true? I have to reanalyze the video to give you a proper analysis about it. And if that is true, G, which I would say that certainly there could be an inside job where somebody within his own group was betrayed him and was plotting his, or somebody was a sleeper cell that came in there to try to sabotage him. That's possible too. You know, and whoever was advising him in the security was wrong, because security should have advised him right. So his security could have betrayed him and put him in a situation where he would get killed. That's another possibility. Because they could have been like, let's put some more security here, but they didn't. A friend said it's going around the internet. Oh, hello, Danielle. Yeah, okay. And I did see the video of him getting shot and the blood coming out of his neck. So that was what I was most focused on, but so it is circling all over the internet, G. That is true. It just has to be reanalyzed to really give myself a proper analysis about it. G said, oh yeah, G. Now on, basically, and the way it works is we give you all the link, and if y'all want to see it, y'all look at it in your own time. That's what we did yesterday with it. And it's extremely gory for any social media platform, pretty much. So yeah, G, because I'll explain to you. So he was sitting there. Oh, and this is what he was talking about, gun violence, ironically, and he was about, they say trans people might be higher on the spectrum of more violence than others, so he was kind of talking about gun violence and how trans people might be more violent than others in his theory, and he was sitting there, and it hit him like this, like this, and it went boom, this blood just coming out, and his neck kind of broke, and he just kind of was like, and everybody just jumped on top of him. Like, he seemed like he was out. Like a light. I know that probably was not something people want to hear at night. But, you know, I just kind of want to give you all an idea what happened. Yes, G, there were men behind him. And G said, I saw the vid of him sitting and him leaning when he got hit. I saw no blood, nothing. Oh, gee, that was after the blood came out. That was after that scene. Because that was more of a mild version of it. And G said, I didn't mean shooting video. I mean, apparently internet is saying that there is a man behind him. Well, there was a lot of people surrounding him. There's tons of people surrounding him inside his little camp he had. So there could have been someone doing a hand motion. That's possible. I just have not seen that. Okay, and G said, I mean, can we find internet about this guy behind him motioning to the shooter? My friend said it's what they are saying. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what we can find. Okay, thank you, G. Yeah, and that very well may be a possibility. And remember, G, a lot of the videos were taking down from social media. Alright, here's the information that I found. Okay, multiple news outlets reported an existence of a video showing two men making unusual hand gestures behind Charlie Kirk moments before his death at Utah. University. These reports emerged following the fatal shooting of Kirk on September 10. Social media users shared the video widely tagged FBI calling for investigation into the two individuals behind Kirk. Yeah, and G said, but if he's such a great shot, why does he need anyone's emotion to him? That is true. I think that maybe they were trying to signal to the person that it was ready to do the attack. Like, not to help him make the shot, but to say he's ready to do the attack. However, there is conflicting reports and claims regarding the specific video. Some sources describe the men as unidentified, while a live blog for BBC indicated. And also, Liberty, the reason why there are people who are outside in a tent like this is because they're doing political activism. And they're trying to explain to college kids about God and the right-wing political views. Alright, G, I found the video. Okay, we're going to play it right now. Oh yeah, Danielle, I totally agree with you. Definitely. Alright, G, this is the video. That is... You see people doing these hand signals. I'll play it a couple of times. Yep, they're motioning. Yeah, that's some strange hand signals to make. What's all that about? You know, they're trying to signal something. So yeah, that is the video right there. Just they're making like some sign language hand signals. It's very bizarre. Play another time. Yeah, hat tapping's very strange. You see, people that you know can be your traitors. People you know can turn on you. And that may very well be what happened. But even he himself is making motions. Yeah, and you see, now Charlie is the one that's speaking, so he's going to have motions to him. And I'm just looking at the thing. Yeah, so yeah, Charlie's making motions because he's speaking and he's doing regular things. I don't think any movements Charlie's making is out the ordinary. But the two other guys behind him, you know, they could be motioning for something. It is kind of strange. That is very sus. And Anna said, doesn't look like the type of gang signals you see in jail videos. And it may just be a coincidence. But it's kind of weird for them to do it in synchronicity like that. Yeah, I think that they're motioning for something. And they're doing it in sync with each other. Doesn't look... Okay. The guy is videoing. Yeah, see, he's videoing right there. That is true. Yeah. Yes. Like, what, he's trying to capture what's about to happen? And, yeah, my opinion, I think that they are trying to signal. For instance, there's a hat tapping. There's him touching his arm in an odd spot. Not an itch or anything. He's just placing his arm there. And they're both making these hand signals at the same synchronized moments with each other right before this happens and the other guy is filming. So, yeah, the hat tap is very weird. It just, these movements have nothing to do with anything. They're just random movements, but they're in sync with each other. And putting these things together, I do think that they're signaling to do an attack. In my opinion. Someone tell me I know nothing about guns. Don't those guns have zoom views? Do snipers need signals? Well, gee, they do not need signals. The sniper, if they have a metal device they could use, or a scope, they do not need that. They could just do it on their own, right? But I think the reason why they're signaling to the guy is because they're trying to say that they're ready for the attack. Not to help him aim. His gun helps him aim. It's to signal that it's time to start the attack. We do not know, but they have to be in Charlie's circle for him to do that. Oh, hello, Laura. Now, Laura says, I think it's a coincidence. Those guys have been with him for 7 years. Yes, they can see that it's time because Kirk is sitting. But it's possible that they wanted to signal to the person that the right moment to do the attack is there. Because he is sitting down. And I don't know what type of network these people had that were allegedly collaborating to do this thing. If it is even true, because it may be a coincidence, it may not, that's possible. But they're just telling them that it's ready for the attack. Because he could be sitting down, and he could have his sight on him, but waiting for a signal for the go. It's a possibility. Right there. Zero says, appears from the engine room, wiping off some orange spots. I laid some more welds on your gold tubes, and I made sure that the flows are backwards. Oh, thank you, Zero, for helping the spaceship keep going. I'm glad that you were on the ball with that. I can't see his time. I mean, Kirk is sitting. No, I mean, made me laugh even though it's not funny subject. Yeah, they would die for him in an instant. No way would I be standing that close to a target I knew was about to be shot. And yeah, that is very true, that I would also feel the same way. And if there's a possibility that they did have something to do with it, you have a situation with Brutus, for instance, where Caesar's own people plotted against him. And they would know that they would not be in the line of fire and shot. But you may be right, Laura. It could just be a coincidence. For them to do this synchronatic hand signal, or maybe they're doing an inside joke between each other. But I do wonder that just by a small chance, if there was some sort of insider information trying to do a signaling of this event. The hat thing is very strange, though. But there's people that can turn on you for whatever reason. Like we were talking before, the shooter could have known him and decided not to do it. And all this is my opinion. It's all theories and speculation, not facts. It is just a experiment to see what could be happening. So yeah, it may be a coincidence, or maybe there's more nefariousness to it. And absolutely, I get it. Believe me, I've been down like 20 rabbit holes. I was researching the nonprofit owned a couple that had the private jet. Wait, alien, look at the gun in the black, how he turns his head, and the guy in the white. Look at the guy in the black and how he turns his head to the guy in the white. I see what you're talking about. This is moments before the event happened. Yeah. I think if we were asked what we thought, we all have the same answer. I think because it's a chat, to keep it going, that's why we discuss all avenues. Yeah, we need to keep the conversation going and have different theories to ponder. It's a good brain game. It's a good mind game here. And I'm not accusing anyone of anything. We or just have questions, that's all. That's nuts to see. If they talk to them, they're going to say I was hitting mosquitoes or something. Yeah. And it's a yapping session. That's why we mention what else it could be and look at aspects, but in short, it's most likely what we all think it is. I know my alien, yes. XOX, yeah. XOXOX, yes. And that new footage of the shooting jumping off the building, that dude looks amateur. Okay, Laura thinks he's amateur. Now, could he possibly be looking like that to be deceptive? That's a possibility. That he made himself look unable when he really was able. I'm curious what the comments are going to say. Alright, this is what the comments on YouTube are saying. If we don't hear about these two men in the next few days, this was 100% a government setup, someone claims. They're trying to bury this video, remove it from Reddit and Facebook, spread it everywhere. This video needs to blow up. That's suspicious as fuck, someone says. I think 99.9% of conspiracies are insane, but this one is too strange. Don't let this video disappear. Kirk was just a sacrificial lamb. He just didn't know it. This is the further their agenda much faster, someone claims. This is like we're signaling to the shooter to shoot right when he was talking about gun violence. God, please reveal all involved. Yes, it could be his own party. That is true. And this is what somebody says, what Sarah on the internet says. It's like they were signaling for the shooter to shoot right when he was talking about gun violence. Because he was talking about gun violence, G. And about how it relates to trans people. And he was shot right at Q. One thing we all thought was strange at the time. And no one could deny this. Even if people could feel completely like this is not what we think it is. And I'd feel the same way. But there's something that is interesting, that he was shot when he was talking about gun violence. And that was kind of strange. And right when he was talking about gun violence, these two gentlemen are doing the signals. And we're not accusing them of anything. We do not know for certain. They just could have been, doing the robot dance or something. But absolutely, what this person's suggesting is that they could have been signaling to do the shot, not to help him do it, but to signal when to do it to make a statement about something. Just like with Julius Caesar, something in history. That he was betrayed by his own people and stabbed in the back, and even et tu, Brute? You too, Brutus. And, hey, I've even had people before that also went against alien spaceships. So I completely understand that it's a possibility, even if it's not true, if it's war out, it's something just to ponder. We want to have all options on the table of possibilities. It's good for comprehension and brain of conversation between different people. We're using social media the way it was meant to be used. And just pondering different possibilities, what could be going on. Because we're like private investigators, in a sense. We're the alien investigators. The spaceship investigators. Right. So, But I'm not saying it's not a conspiracy. It only takes more than one person for a conspiracy, but I don't think it's professional. Okay, Laura, thank you for your position. And that very well may be the truth. And as one of the options could be anything. For all we know, it could be a childhood friend he ditched once he became famous. She said, I mean, most likely not an ex-friend, but the rate we are chatting, might as well... They also have a name, it's also called a shitposting. Might as well throw that out there. I thought he got shot moment he said the words mass shooting. It was probably that, but he was talking about, what I was saying is the topic of shootings, gun violence, the topic of gun violence, but his direct sentence may have been something else. It may have been that. Laura, it's not pro, but he got away. He needs cash money. If he dares to use a credit card, he's done for. That is true. Cash money is what he needs. And as soon as the dude in the black shirt made the signal, Charlie was shot, something is off. So people all over the internet, how many comments? The 400 comments believe that this is a suspicious video. So we are not the only ones that are pondering the possibility this could be a strange activity that they did. Laura said, I believe that Kash Patel should be fired immediately. Yes. Doesn't like views on trans. Right. Yes. That is allegedly a factor in this, that the person did not like his views on that. Definitely okay, this is what Pam Sortle says with the dog photo. This is what a YouTuber says. Definitely a setup from the Trump to take focus off him from the Epstein files, someone claims. Thing that happens is that his so-called attempted assassination, he didn't care if people are sacrificed, which of course I don't necessarily agree with that, but that is what someone claims and what he wants. The guy said people die and will have the right to bear arms, so be it. Now he's being made a martyr, and he is not a good guy, but of course I think he is was a good guy. And you see, because you got people here that are hating on him and saying bad comments about him at the same time. So you have people that are hating on him, which is not nice. And he's talking about right of women, not the right to vote. Black shouldn't be any position. This is all not true, but that's what these people that are mocking him online, that are saying these things, are ridiculous. By the way, yeah, and he was for black people, he was for white people, he was for everybody. He just had his own interpretation of how our society should be functioning.
I don't think he liked black people.
For everybody. Yeah. Oh, my opinion, I don't think he was against them. Because he was talking about how a lot of blacks are aborted. And it's not good.
Comment about being afraid of black airline pilots, maybe thinking they weren't qualified or whatever. You'd have to see the video. I don't think he deserved to die, but I think he was, was an asshole. But he didn't deserve to die, no. There were some little bits that I saw, but I'm not really into it, and I want to be calm because I've been busy all day. So if you could talk a little lower, I'd appreciate it.
Anyway, so of course, in my opinion, I think things are taken out of context, and in my opinion, I don't think he was against black people, but people have their own opinions about that. And it certainly should, the people should not doing assassinations like this on others, and I do think that he was a good person that just had his own different views on how society should run. And oh, Danielle, good night to you. And Danielle said, okay, people say hi and stay and have a good night and stay safe. And there is no Epstein list. I know someone who is very involved in Epstein, representing victims. There's no lips. Maxwell will never get immunity. She is a predator. She certainly is a predator. And I think that that situation could have been handled in a different manner. I don't agree how that situation was handled, but I certainly do think there are people out there that had to do with Epstein that did things that were not right. But if there's lists or not, it's up for debate. Thank you, Laura, for your position on that. And also, Mary Toodles, for your position on this as well. All right. I believe everybody should have freedom of speech to say what they think, but in a respectful manner to the person. And yeah, and Amber did it. Yes. Amber Heard did it. Yeah, Amber Heard was behind it. Well, let's see what this comment says. One ex-military guy on Instagram said, "This is what they did. It was 2 men, not one. Tap, hat, eye on target. Touch, ear, listen, wait, signal." Oh, interesting. So one ex-military guy on Instagram said, "This is what they did. It was 2 men, not one. Tap, hat, eye on target. Touch, ear, listen, wait for a signal. Second operative, tap, arm, and cross arm, take a shot. They need to do this to get clear line of vision. When he was steady, you'll notice that." Bless you. "They did it when he was preparing to lift his mic again to talk. Once he was upright in the mic, they signaled to take the shot and kept the target individuals safe and out of line of fire. This was orchestrated and not random. I don't believe this is because they would not be standing behind the target." G said, "Bless you, Mary."
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Say thank you.
And she said thanks. And Anna says, "I don't think black women have a lot of abortions. It's the opposite." Yeah, and I'm saying, like, it doesn't mean everyone's going to agree with everything he said. And I'm not expecting that. And I was not completely familiar with him. And I am involved in political commentary on political YouTube channels, and I know them. I know somebody that knew him or met him one time, actually. And so I'm, like, in that kind of hemisphere. And yeah, no one's going to agree on everything people say. Now, the bottom line, the common ground, is that people shouldn't be assassinated for their opinions. And I do think he was, in my opinion, a good person that had good intentions. He believed in Jesus, and he wanted, in his view, what was best for the country. And as I said, I don't know what was said or not said. I've seen some alleged quotes he made, things we taken out of context. As I said, it's up to people's interpretation. Right. And Lori said, cite JFK 11/22/63. We still don't have a full story. Yes, Lori, we do not have a full story. And also with the situation with 9/11 too. There's conspiracies about that, who was really behind that and stuff like that. So we're not always given the answers and supposed to be the people, but a lot of times there seems to be shadow governments that are trying to hide things from us. And she says, "I don't know this guy and have no clue what he followed or who he is until after he was shot. I just don't watch TV or other silly things since my work is serious." Yes. But the comment Anna made is 100% true. I know because part of my work is demographics, etc. Blacks, Hispanics are lowest among those who get abortions, actually. Yeah, I don't know statistics, and I appreciate y'all's analysis on this. All right, Laura said, "Whoever is responsible thing is going to be bad. He wasn't even radical. He was pretty middle of the road, but a lot of people just become radicalized as a result." And Lori says it's a false flag. Yeah, and Charlie wasn't the river, he was the dam. Ah, very good analogy, Lori. Laura, I meant. Y'all have some really beautiful names, by the way. All right, so touching that chin and baseball cap, the coded sign for various strategies, plays, and most often serves as indicator and is a specific sign that tells players to pay attention, because the next sign is a real instruction. Ready or aim. An extended arm touching the right sleeve is a coach signal, but its exact meaning varies by team. This gesture is often a decoy or part of a complex system of sign used by a third base coach to communicate with runners and batter in the case and take a shot. Oh, 9/11 false flag. Okay. Oh wait, G says something. Is that the school shooter? Oh, I will scroll back up. Chat. You want me? Do you want? G, you want me to scroll back up? All right, scroll up. Let's see. That's a lot of videos. Okay, let's go scroll back down. Oh, murder in red. Okay, thank you. Yes, I see what you're talking about. I see it. That was from 3 years ago. A 16-year-old killer video. Yeah, this one is from 3 years ago. Yeah, it's not the other shooter. I could show you that shooter from Denver. Gee, this is the shooter from Idaho. I mean, from Denver. The little blonde kid right here. Teen gunman who left 2 critically injured. My voice is shaking. Oh. I need to bring the microphone closer then. Okay. So, thanks for the insight, G. All right. So the teen gunman who left 2 critically injured. That is right there. That's his picture right there. And thank you. I thought it was the school shooter. No, it wasn't. All right. And Maury says 9/11 controlled demolition, allegedly. BC News reporter just said building went down before it actually went down. Wait, the killer is the blonde? He looks like the killer. His eyes are soulless. Yes, that is him. Alright. Alright, so let's go here. See Casey. I don't know of a Casey. No one that he shot was passed away yet. Everyone that he had was still alive. Police have identified student who was shot and injured. 2 other teens at a Denver area high school before shooting himself and later dying on the Wednesday. Jefferson County Sheriff. Office identified the gunman as 16-year-old Desmond Holly. In a Thursday news conference, Sheriff's Office spokesperson Jackie Kelly had immense praise for the students and staff for the school for their quick actions when the shots rang out. The students and staff at the school were amazing. They did their job. They did it well, and lives were saved yesterday because of the actions they took during their lockdown. You're welcome, G. And Lori is doing a Sheen sidetrack trick. Right there. The gunman was armed with a revolver, Kelly confirmed. He had two reloading. He would fire and reload. After the reload, fire and reload. This went on, and as he did that, he tried to find new targets. He came up against roadblocks on many of those doors. He could get those kids. Thanks, Laura, for explaining. The sheriff's office has warrants for shooter's home. His phone and locker, Kelly said he rode a bus school the morning of the shooting. So, G, is the microphone sounding better now? Thank you. Based on some of the information that we're seeing about the suspect, it is he was radicalized by some extremist network. Okay, thank you, G. The autopsy on the shooter has been performed. Okay. On a lighter note, I just made a casserole grass-fed beef burger, fried cued potatoes, fried mushrooms, corn, pepper jack, and sour cream of mushrooms, soup half and half, and more. Well, Lori, thanks for making us all dinner. That's delicious, very yummy. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. The spokesperson said security remains on both hospitals where two student victims remain in critical condition. 18-year-old Matthew Silverstone was identified Thursday afternoon as one of the students injured in the shooting. His family provided a statement to the sheriff's office. I am so surprised this killer, knowing he's taking out an important person, is not scared of consequences. Yeah, that is also, he has to be either socio-psychopathic or very mentally disciplined to not be shaken by it. Although I don't know exactly what he feels, but he seems like he doesn't care. G says, like, don't you fear for your family? Aren't you terrified of your life is going to be cut short if you get shot in return? What's the point of murdering someone to get a result if you weren't alive? A lot of times, G, people are in such an enraged. They're so raged, and they think that they could get away with it, and they're just in that moment. Everything else doesn't matter to them. And usually they regret it later. But it's also an adrenaline rush. It's a moment of a shark frenzy. She said, I made pork chops and soy sauce, garlic, and coconut, sugar, and chicken cutlets, rice with vermicelli for macelli, and salad. What else did others make? Might as well discuss food. That's very delicious, G. It's very delicious. And G said, but Alien, if he's in jail forever, he won't reap the joys he hoped to get. That is absolutely true, and maybe what he wanted was to do this murder was the thing he wanted more than anything. That a lot of times they want that more than anything. So it's an unfortunate situation where that is their passion, obsession, desire, and they're not really thinking long term. And the CG, a lot of people don't have a conscience, where they don't think consciously like we do. That is not there. And G said, and that doesn't realize people move on. People are replaced. Like, does he think Charlie Kirk will not have a replacement? In his mind, if in this scenario, he certainly thinks that he's best and that he's irreplaceable, or because he was replaced, he makes him angry. That's another factor. That the fact that he's replaceable made him angry and envious. Another angle, guys. Charlie Kirk, I read, was very pro-God. What if this guy hates God, and this is what that was about? Gee, that is a theory that has been broadly speculated. The yesterday and today is that he did not agree with his faith in God, and that he wanted to attack him for spreading the word of Jesus everywhere. And either the person was militantly atheistic or Satanist or something like that, and they wanted that to stop spreading, because there's a dark truth was that he was telling people on college campuses to believe in God, and that's why he was attacked. And there's a lot of people, these days that are Satanists. There is a satanic statue that was built, and someone took it down or attacked it, and they were arrested. So it could be that too, absolutely. And all I know is they have to get him fast. Yeah, because every second away is a second off of a person's life that could have been saved. They certainly need to move quickly. Laura said, no joke, I eat the same thing every day for like 5 years. I can't be bothered coming home with meals. For lunch, I ate something that was like I ate some potatoes, mashed potatoes, and some meat, something like that. I ate there's some vegetables in there, I think. I just don't quite recall right now. And the dinner is flipped around because of the streams. I'm going to be eating a sandwich for dinner. That was very good. That, I like eating. And earlier, I kind of eat like lunch. The dinner I eat at lunch, and the lunch I eat at dinner. That's what I do because of the live streams. Or said I put mild pickled banana peppers on my sandwiches to give them more flavor, or cookies sometimes. Well, that's very delicious. Very delicious. All right. Okay. Let's talk about food. I put mild banana peppers in my sandwiches, give them more flavor. Makes you feel better? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, condolences for your loss, Lori. Not gumbo, let's see. Let's see what Lori made exactly. Well, let's see what she said. Let's see what that looks like. All right, this is a type of food that Lori made. Looks very delicious. Very delicious. All right, you're welcome, Lori. Yeah, that is something we're having on the spaceship. It's very good. And terrified because cut short and made pork chops. And salad. Let's put that in and see what that looks like. So that's something Lori made, something like that. You never had casserole. Interesting. Okay. Pork chops and soy garlic and coconut sugar chicken. This is what the internet comes up with when it puts this in, and it says hamburger potato casserole on his screen above it. Says it's not a food diet. Hilarious. Now this is some Asian type food that's similar to like what G made, according to Google. Seeing if Google got it right. And from what you and Lori described, that sounds like a very good meal both you were eating. My sweet niece bought me... No, wait, I'll show you. Okay, my sweet niece brought me 3 months of HelloFresh right after Don died. We saved my youngest son's plate. Okay. I learned to cook, like it or not. And that, and in my city they have these different dishes. Yeah. What something Mary Toodles likes to make is the pineapple upside down cake. That's something she likes. That's just something she was good at, the cake she made. It's something Mary Toodles makes. Oh, now you're melting cheddar on top. Oh, well, okay. That's nice. Yeah, so this is a good cake that Mary Toodles has made before. She was a newspaper for it, actually. You have that. And this is a classic in my city. Okay. We have this right here. This is the gumbo that they make in my city that I've eaten at Thanksgiving at my house, my friend's house before. And it's very delicious. Very delicious from my city. You eat some crabs with it, a lot of seafood. Now, something else that we've eaten is yellow rice. Yellow rice is very good. Your gram made that too. Oh, that's very good. That's very good. This is some yellow rice that Mary Toodles has made. Mary Toodles is very great at cooking. Very great at cooking. And that's something, we've eaten sometimes. I brought it over to my buddy's house, and he loved it. It's so good. So, that, and then you have, yes, you need gumbo, yes. And also down here they have crawfish. Hey, Michael, good to see you, buddy. Welcome back. They have spicy corn and spicy potatoes. This is also very delicious. Very delicious. And I think that food and cultures are very interesting, very fascinating, intriguing. And tell me you're Louisiana without telling me. Yes. Yes. Okay, G, thank you. I'll go put the link up. Okay, putting it in this window. Right here. Crayfish pie. Yes, they have that too here. Yes. Okay, we have this, and as an example of what she made right there. Okay. Mustard, peppers. Yeah, crawfish. Yeah, that's what we call it, crawfish. That looks very yummy. Very delicious. That is so good. Seriously juicy. Thank you for sharing that, G. That looks very delicious. And it says crawfish pie. Let's see. Louisiana Saturday Night. That's a song, I think. Oh, nice. Nice, Lori. They call them crawdads. And also we got Bing. I've not used Bing in so long. This is some crawfish pies. Oh, thank you, G. Alright, this is the rice that she used. Vermicelli is pasta. Oh, okay. Ooh, that looks very good. Very yummy. I like that. They call them crawdads in Oregon, and they call them crawdads in Oklahoma, and Louisiana is unique, where they call it something totally different. Oh. Quick and easy family favorite for home and potlucks and parties. Okay. Sounds delicious. Looks delicious too. Thank you, G. Yeah, Kate. And also, Popeyes is good too to get. You never had that before, G? Scared. This is the Cajun cuisine right here. Man, G, if you ever eat gumbo, something like that, from down here, it'll be a otherworldly experience. Mini lobsters. Yes. Yes. It was... Let's see what this was from. It was taken from the scene of his assassination. I know I can't wait, and I am in the hub of all cuisines, but they are not as big as the other cuisines. Yeah. And you got these, very good. You got the rice, you got all that. And this is jambalaya. Okay. You have that. And G said, and I think that people like us are analyzing so much that they noticed that and started commenting, and it looked all over the internet. That looks good. Oh, yes. Yes. I'm glad you like that. Okay. And... Oh, the voice again. Okay, thank you. Okay, I am closer to the mic now. Okay, I am by the mic now. I was away from the mic before. I was a little bit away from it. Okay, so now I am back to it. Yes, this dish is called jambalaya, and it is very good. All right. Can I be heard now? Okay, it's better. Okay, thank you. I was getting too far away from the microphone. That's why that happened. All right. So, yeah, that is jambalaya in one picture. And this right here. Yes, but it's still shaky again. Oh, okay. Thank you, G. Thank you. All right. Going to see if there's something over here that's not right. Okay. I'm going to probably turn the volume up. Let's go to sound. Output. Output. Okay. Sound volume. Lowered headphones. And this, okay. Lori said okay. Yes, Lori can show us if she'd like. Yes. And Lori says, okay, life goal, make jambalaya and other Creole Cajun cuisine. Yes, it's more of a southern thing. Yes, that is true. Yes, and Lori can do that if she'd like. And if she wanted to send an email to me to show it, that's cool. Or if she can link it through a computer here, that's fine as well. But she could put a link in there if she had like a. This is what she could do. If she was on a computer, she could put the picture in a browser, and it'll make it into a link, and then she could make a link shortener, or whatever, and link it in here, or she could send an email to me, and I could just put it in the screen. All right, so okay, and yeah, going this way. Let's see. Sound settings. Oh. Okay. I turned it up. Right now. Okay. Lori, did you hear all that? Okay. Oh, Lori. He explained it now, but I was switching my earbuds. Okay. Alright, Lori, are you on a computer? Or are you on a phone? Now, the easiest thing you can do, you could email it to me. I could give you the email, and you could email it to me, and I'll put it on the screen. Or what you could do is you can put the picture in a tab. Like, you could open up a screen on a computer and drag and drop the picture into a tab window. And then copy and paste the link in here. That possibly could work. Yes, Lori, another time. And the email's in the description of my channel. And I'll tell you it here just for reference if you want to screenshot it. Alright, so you have to leave. Okay. Well, Lori, thank you for hanging out with us, and we'll see you in the next one. Okay. Yeah, it's actually almost midnight. Yes. And G, I increased the volume on the microphone, by the way. And I was also not close to it, either. At the same time. All right. You might need a class. Okay. Scared. Oh, thank you, G. Thank you. All right. You're welcome. Okay, let's see some... let's see, a turnip dish. Because I grow turnips. Hubby's B-Day, he likes pineapple upside down cake. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Good to know. Alright, these are some turnip dishes. Turnips are very delicious. Right, and yes, very, very good food. Yes, I have grown turnips before, and I like spinach. And I like spinach because of Popeye the Sailor Man. That's why I like spinach. That's where I came from. That is where that came from. Okay, and spinach dish. No turnips, no greens. Scared. Okay. And here is some spinach dishes right here. And finally, we'll look at, for Michael, some meat dishes. Oh, that's good to know, Michael. That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, that's very delicious. All right, this is some meat dish for Michael. I see in the old the old illustrations they have like duck and stuff from Europe. It's quite interesting. That's what this reminds me of. All right, and kale. Yeah, kale. That looks very good. And very delicious kale. I've not grown that before. All right, and Michael, are you a steak eater? And do you like or not like venison? Pardon? Venison. No, another question is, do you eat duck tongue? Just chat questions. Okay. And Michael, those are questions if you'd like to answer. All right. So yeah, very interesting, Kale. Looks good. Lori, see you later, Lori. Right, right. That is true. That is true, G. And that reminds you of stuff from Europe, from the illustrations I've seen. They have like some strange meat. I'm like, that must be what it is. Michael says steak. Oh, heck yes. Venison, heck yes. I had beef tongue before, and it was okay. I like meat too. It's good. Thanks for answering, Michael. Yeah, gee, I have never eaten that before. Either. Yeah, steak is amazing. Oh yeah, I love steak. I like steak with milk. You got the police out, or some ambulance lurking around. All right, these are some steaks. Oh, you took a bite once of the duck. Scared. Okay. Yeah, I've never had that before. Bison meat, I've heard, is very healthy. I've heard that before, Michael. Yeah, Michael likes bison meat. See, people eat crawdads, saltines, and a Thousand Island dressing in L.A. and Los Angeles. I mean, Louisiana, rather. Oh, yes, they do that here, Anna, for sure. Definitely. Oh, yes. Gee, I understand. And, right, and shout out to you, G, in chat. Appreciate it. Y'all being here. Okay. Filet mignon. Okay. Is this here? Ah, yes. That looks very delicious. You don't like meat like ribeye or prime rib. Okay, understood, G. I'll eat veal, but not other things. And for chicken, I only like wings and eat breast. Turkey, I do like a lot too. That looks amazing. Oh yeah, I like turkey at Thanksgiving. And also, G, I learned about farming from people I knew on YouTube that were farmers and stuff. So I know all about that and how it all works. So it's pretty cool. Like you can get like an incubator and put eggs in it and hatch chickens and stuff like that. It's quite interesting. All right. Oh, thank you, G. I appreciate that. Okay. And like that, okay. Interesting. That looks good. Very good right there. This is one of my favorites. This is something that I've grown quite a bit, is corn. You have, G? Oh, I've only heard of my principals had that before. Yeah, I have not have tried that. Okay, yeah, eating corn. I had it when I was a kid, and it was amazing, with a bunch of lemon on it. I haven't had it since I was 16. Oh, okay, G. Ah, thank you, yeah. Corn's very good. There are many ranches that raise buffalo the same way they do cows, and they not wild beef, and they're being right. And your hubby and your younger one loves corn. Oh, yeah, yeah. I've grown them before. Also, I like growing peppers. The dragon peppers. But I tell you something, don't be upset. Do you know they say it's the worst veg in the world that you can eat? I've heard of that, G. Yes. Health wise, they say it's horrible for you. Yes, I've heard of that. And it's in Germany. It's like pig food, like they feed farm animals with. Yeah, absolutely. It's just in America, it was something that was cultivated by the natives here, and the Americans start eating it too. So it's like more of like a American cultural thing. But yes, you're absolutely correct. I love bell peppers and onions. It makes time. I love kidney beans. Too good for you. Gee, I've grown beans and I've grown lima beans. There was an experiment at school where you could take beans and throw them on the ground, the kidney beans, and they'll sprout after it rains. You just throw them on the ground, they sprout. I did it before. It was pretty cool. And I have wild onions that grow too in the yard. That just always were there. Peas too, very high in fiber and sugar, but its nutrients versus corn. That's why they say now cut out corn, oils, and canola. Only use olive oil and avocado oil and coconut oil. Oh yes, gee, I like avocados, and you could take an avocado and put it in a with sticks and over water, and it grows and gets bigger. That's something fascinating about the the avocado. Yeah, so that's the corn and the bell pepper. Okay. Well, you're welcome, G. Yeah, these are the bell peppers. Very, very delicious. Don't care. Lean buffalo is a sin against nature, and to eat it makes me sick, and I'm done with that. Yeah, that is. I like buffalo. Shout out to the buffalo. And Lori says, "Look how calves are treated to make veal." Oh yeah, I'm sure it's not nice. Yes, and I certainly will look into that, specifically what happened. And G said they also say hot dogs and cold cuts and bacon sodas and the fourth worst things the entire world to eat. Yes, I've heard of that too, G. Yes. And Anna, I respect that about the buffalo. I respect that. And G said the thing with going all vegetarian is that you are left with carbs, with turn to sugar. I am a carb lover, and I will be 700 lbs. Don't eat veal. Okay. Now the thing with people that are vegetarian, there could be a lack of vitamin B12. So people that want to be vegetarian or vegan, vitamin B12 supplements would be good for them because there's supplements they can take to make up for that if they want to go down that path. Yeah, and it depends because people can have healthy diets with meat or vegetarian or vegan. No lamb. Okay. Don't eat veal. Okay. You don't like it, G? I've never had that before. Uh, Michael says B12 and folate both. Okay, thank you. Yes, I've heard that it's good for you. Yes, I've heard that too. There's my aunt and uncle in England are strictly vegetarian. They don't eat any meat. They eat meat substitutes like Quran. It's some kind of mushroom thing they make meat out of, make it taste like meat. So if people want to be vegetarian, there's other alternatives, and but I am not a vegetarian. But those that do that, shout out to them. And I like eggs. Eggs are good. Okay. So those are some bell peppers. And G said, I fear meat substitutes. They have chemicals and stuff in them, but they are brands that are now much better. I agree, G. I do. I have the. Although it's okay for people to do that if they want to, and if someone can refute me, that's fine. But yes, I also have the same concerns as well. And it says, deleting, killing, majestic, beautiful, awesome buffalo kills me, and to eat it. Yeah, understood, Anna. Understood. Okay. And all right. Let's see some of these nice dishes. Well, this looks good. I like foods from different countries. They look very fascinating to me. Like this. Oh, you make that? Oh, you make Monty? Oh, that's good. That's good, G. Yes. Okay. Thank you. You had it every day in Armenia. Oh, that looks delicious. It looks delicious. And that's chine koloff. You had it every day. That's. It looks very good. And this other cuisine that she's talking about over here, it's beyond delicious. I gotta try that one day. All right, here. And you got this. It's like a Turkish type food. That looks very good too. I gotta try that. Okay, we want to look that one up. I've never heard of that one before. Let's see what this is about. Right, Michael. Oh, that's very interesting looking. Looks like a pizza. Yeah, it says it's Turkish. And G said, actually, it is since they share similar food backgrounds, Greeks, Armenians, and Turks. Oh, Christine from Law and Crime. This is from Law and Crime. Hello, Christine. And since I know who you are, and I know you it's from 666, here you go. Here's a wrench. It's like called Armenian pizza. It's ground beef and flat pizza. Yeah, that region, Armenia, Greek, and Turkey, they all have similar types of food from the same region. Yeah, and who it really comes from is up for debate because victors, they write history books, as you know. So, yeah, wherever it originally came from, it is. Yeah, it looks very good. I didn't know they had a type of pizza there. It reminds me of matzah bread, the Jewish matzah bread. Very good, very good. And that's the Monty. They have it best in Canada. Oh, that's good to know. This reminds me of tacos for some reason. I've had Greek food before. It's delicious. Fresh out of a brick oven. Oh, that has to be amazing. Just give me a huge plate of unbreaded seafood like shrimp. Ah, yes. We'll certainly do that for you, Lori. Baklava too. Okay. Oh, that looks like a dessert right there. They have it in New York and New Jersey. You will eat no other cuisine. Oh, okay. Yeah, I will look forward to that. It sounds very delicious. Look up Neef, as well as it is amazing. Okay. Oh, that looks like an enchanting pie right there. Good grief, that looks delicious. It looks like a healthy pie. It's not like the kind of pies you have here. It looks like it's really elegant. Puffy pastry filling the honey. Oh yeah, yum. It's not healthy. Okay, I am not surprised. It looks very delicious, but yeah, it may not be the healthiest. Christine says Greek food is delish too. Was married to half Greek. His dad was full Greek. Oh, that's awesome. Cheese in the crust with pistachios. Mmm. Oh, that sounds good. It's a dessert very fattening. And they put syrup on that. Oh, scared. All right. Then you got this. Oh, there's Miranda. Well, Miranda, I am delighted to see you. Welcome, my friend. Miranda, I want to tell you that Brandy came to my stream yesterday, and she wanted to give her love to you and I. And she said she's not going to be at the other stream anymore. But hopefully we see her over there again. But she wanted to tell us hello. And prayers for you, Miranda. I'm glad that you're giving us an update about what's going on. We had cheesecake dipped in butterscotch. I think I got close to overdoing it. Scared. Then in Lebanon, they shove in the sesame bread. I've never done it before. It's fattening, lol. No, Brandy. Brandy R. Not Michael. The other one. Yeah, it wasn't Randy, but Brandy R. Their names sound very similar. Miranda said, I'm very sad about Charlie Kirk. I can't believe someone could take a dad away from their baby. Glad to see you all. Yeah, we've been talking about him since yesterday, and Chad has been very good and supportive and about it, and we've been a great team. Yes, we are sad. We got the heebie-jeebies. We got the heebie-jeebies, and we were sad. That is true. Yeah, she made the crochet for Damon. Damon, yes. She's very talented. Well, that looks like pumpkins right there. That looks very delicious. Oh, that's some nice fish. Well, this is food from G's homeland. Miranda, it's gross to think that somebody could do what the killer did. I'd say he must not have a tribe of people with these kids kill others with kids. It's Gapama. Okay, thank you, G, for the explanation. Miranda said, people are saying they never want to talk liberals again. I have two Democrat-type sisters. I'm scared to talk to them. And Miranda, not all people that are Democrats are like that, or liberals that are like that. Of course not. And it just depends on the person. And we don't know who exactly did this for certain, but we're 99% sure we think it's them, but it could be someone he knew. It could be someone that was far, far, far right that didn't like his views. We're not quite sure who it is, but yeah, I think the best is to focus on unity as much as possible. But if your sisters are not best to talk to, it's best to leave them be then. Oh, and yeah, so shout out to Christine. She is from the Law and Crime chat, just to be a little bit more clear. And 666 suggested my channel to her, and here she is. And yeah, Christine, it's been a long day, and we've been kind of real focused on these things. And it was good to see you, Christine. I'm glad that you're here. And G said, Ilian, that's my culture, but there are variations of Armenians from all over. Bulgarian Armenians don't eat the Middle Eastern type. We eat more Middle Eastern type Armenian food. Oh, okay. Thank you, G. I didn't know that. Oh, that looks like octopus. That looks like octopus. It looks very good. Laura said, okay, y'all are brave hanging out at LC Crime. But Court TV isn't better than Court TV. Yes, what's done in darkness will come to the light. And said, I know it's not you. You see you on the other side. Right. And truth always comes to light. Yes, amen. I'm shocked about they're willing to die and lose their lives. How does a killer think in going for him is think he's going to live normal life? Yeah, that's what he thinks. Or maybe he's not even thinking that far ahead. Mm-hmm. Yes, that is true, G. And must be in a relationship with Amber Heard from a distance. Wow. This stream did pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. Okay, looking over here. Awesome. She said, oh, Amber was always messy. Alien, sorry, I guess y'all are into your food. I guess I barged in. Oh, it's been a long day, Christine, with the looking at the Charlie Kirk situation and other stuff. It's been, and we're also about to end it. But yeah, we're just talking about this for a few minutes. And thank you for being here, Christine. All right. Yes, very heavy topics. Michael says, if you need to relax with food, our topics are so heavy. Okay. Michael says, if you want a killer that thinks there is no way he would ever get caught or convicted, look no further than Robert Tellis. Oh, facts. Facts. Well, Robert Tellis, the fool, got caught, and he was another mess. Oh, yes, I know there's no trials at chat. I go live when the Law and Crime isn't live, and those that are interested to come here from there can come here. And yeah, this has been an epic, really crazy week with that, yeah. I was glad to be here for y'all. And also during the catastrophe that occurred yesterday. It was a great trial. I still go back and watch it. His cross-examination for funnies. Funsies, yeah. Yeah, that's funny to watch. Yeah, I have like crazy dreams about Tellis. He's funny. Oh yes, understood, Christine. All right. It's some party food. Looks pretty good, right there. Spaceship party. All right. G said, we've seen so many crazies, I even forget some, but I see pics and remember. Me too, G. There's trials that I've seen that I don't quite remember, but I'll see a picture then remember. We've been through so much, yes. You know, I had made a soundtrack about Davy Jones' Locker, and then I had a dream that was playing with, and there was like a Telus in the sky, and I'm like, oh, good grief. And then he started, like, trying to talk to me about my channel. I'm like, I'm good. And he just kind of appears, and then he appeared. So I've even had dreams about Telus. Scared. His face is just scared. I watch Cassotis, and everyone compared him to Telus. I only didn't watch Karen Reed. Yeah, the Karen Reed trial caused a lot of rifts between the trial chat because everyone had different opinions about it and had war about it. And Yeah, Tellus likes to believe his own lies, definitely. I'm scared. He still believes them to this day. Alright. Oh yeah, Laura, we'll do that another stream. You could talk about it. And for right now, we're going to have party food. But yeah, that would be an interesting conversation. Yes, I'm aware. Yeah. And she said, it was interesting enough for me, TBH. I saw a few minutes, but then just talk on trial. My fave trial Laura are like Monica Semitelli and Michelle Triconis. Yeah, those two Karens where they got they paid the piper. Yeah, the treehouse one. Yeah. Alien Samantha Krebs is guilty, first degree intentional homicide. I was peeking at Monica's trial was great. Hilarious. And Michael says, is there a food that is similar to quib or kebab? It is Bogler wheat and meat dish I had in Brazil, but it's also Middle Eastern as well. Yeah, that is a good question. Let's see. Let's go here. Alien, look up the football. Oh, was that a trial, G? A football trial? I'm not too sure what you're talking about. And G says, but made different than the ones you make from Bolognese. Oh yeah, Dodgers, what's up? Oh, football food? Okay. Oh, okay. Look up the food. Look up the food. Okay, you want me to look up this? I got it, G. I got it. Okay. Look up right now. Oh, there you go. That's funny. There you go, G. I get what you mean now. Yeah, it looks like a football. My dad worked on a lot of high-profile cases around the country, so I was sort of born into the business. The one on the left. Yeah, okay. Now say in yogurt sauce. And that's in everything. Okay. Okay, this is it in yogurt sauce. That's very delicious. Right here. Okay, and dipped in yogurt sauce. I think that's very delicious. Yeah, it looks very yummy. It looks beyond yummy. Absolutely. Okay. That's ba labin. It's shaped like a football. It's hilarious. It's like an egg meat on the inside, and the bulgur wheat is on the outside. Right. It's butter yogurt. Interesting. Interesting. I've never heard of this before. Oh, they're addictive, Michael? Oh, I hear you. It looks addictive. It certainly looks addictive. Scared. Oh, yeah. It looks kind of like a king cake. This was like we have down here is king cake. And Anna, I am caught up with the chat. Yes. And G said, Michael, how many? Sorry, I can say to you, damn, was a bad for you, but I don't remember. They're made in the palm of your hand, so they have an egg or football shape. Okay, Michael, thank you. Michael knows his stuff. Oh, yes, absolutely. And thanks for, I'm glad to learn all about this. And it's very, very creative and very cool for them to create this. Very great dish. Where I'm from, they have something, this king cake, it kind of reminds you of that a little bit. Which, people know about this. Alright. Around Mardi Gras time, they had this king cake, and that's what it reminds me of. And they put the little baby Jesus there. You just don't eat the baby, you just eat, you get the baby, then you have to buy the new king cake. Alright. And G said you saute the pine nuts, put the yogurt sauce, and then the meat too. Oh, okay, G, thank you for the information. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's very yummy. And it's time consuming, so the Manti, when you also put the yogurt sauce and pour the yogurt on it. It would be cool to put that with some king cake and make like a hybrid dish. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, that is true about the special prize. And then when you get the baby, like when you're in school, you have to buy the king cake the next time for the class. But you also get a prize too. Yeah, that's true. And that's baby Jesus. And you look for the baby inside the cake before you eat it, your slice. Oh, I didn't know that. G said, Armenians have that. You put a dime in the football, and whoever gets lucky life. That is so weird. I'm sure maybe they had some people from there this was originally from France. But maybe they had some Armenians that could have came here that added that tradition to it. Because the city's a melting pot, like NYC. Yeah, see, that's so cool. Because that's what it reminds me of. Okay, I'll look that up right now. Laura, that's one of the prizes you can choose if you want. It's an option. Alright, then we'll be ending it after this. Alright. I gotta go too. I'm way past my time to go. Scared. Ooh, that looks yummy. Okay. Oh, that's delicious. I like that. Very good. That's something I'm going to try one day too. I mean, I wouldn't do it now because of the kids eating it. Okay. Okay. All right. So that is that. Okay. Yes, it's the same thing as the football, but shaped like a diamond. Ah. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the king cake hybrid. Okay. Now we have reached a conclusion. Okay, so we had a stream today, man. We had an overtime stream. We've been streaming for 8 hours. I'm scared. All right, I want to say that in spite of the dark situations, a lot of light came from this, where we had unity and we had great conversations about food, Amber Heard, and we had our detective hats on and made our analysis. And Bubbles is also calling for me. Oh. And G said, thank you, Alien, for everything, my blue diamond. Yes, my Sapphire Queen, I'm thankful for you too. Enchanting Ruby. And G said to Michael, I wish you the best as always, health and safety. Yes, shout out to Michael, very great chat friend. Excellent. And thankful for his contribution to the conversation. Laura, Lori, and Miranda, and Dodgers, everybody that's here watching and lurking with us. We are ending the stream for the night. And Michael says it's always bad luck to bite the baby's head off the dentist. It's at least of the worries, oh well. And also Anna too. Thank you, Anna, for lurking as well and being here. Yeah, Laura, Lori, and also Christine, and anybody else I may have missed. The spaceship fumes have gotten to me. All right. So thank you, G, for the education about what's going on and with the different food and stuff like that, and your analysis on these things. All right. My precious Ruby. Okay. And peace.